Oh, now it's working. What the fuck was that about? What the fuck was that about? Can you see me? Can you guys finally see and hear me? Can you guys see and hear me? Yup. Boys. The whole fucking time that you assholes were sitting in the chat talking to each other like a bunch of douchebags, I'm going, hello? Hello? Can anyone see me? I'm going, hello? And you guys are like, one of you fucking assholes is like, oh, I thought the stream started. And I'm like, what? What? And then eventually I pulled up my own stream and I saw nothing. And I was like, what? What the fuck? And the chat wasn't working. Nothing was working. Hi, how are you? I can't let you get close. 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 You ain't getting no dirt snack no more, son. Burn record name, we got Soy Basura becoming a loyalist. Congratulations, Soy Basura. You're now one of the loyalists, and you're now one of the Valente Eagles, which gives you entitlement to see the Valente Bros show. And get a bunch of stickers. It's gonna be great. You can get close to these nuts. August 2014. Hell yeah. Well, listen, hi, how are you? Welcome to the Valente broadcast. I'm your perfect and humble leader, Chris Valente, and everything's computer. We've got quite a lot to talk about, folks. Israel appears ready to attack Iran. Whoa there. Don't shoot the messenger. But, wish I was kidding. Israel appears ready to attack Iran, officials in the United States and Europe say. Concern about a strike and the prospect of retaliation led the United States to withdraw diplomats from Iraq and authorize the voluntary departure of United States military family members from the Middle East. And in other news, water is wet. Of course Israel's getting ready to fucking strike Iran. I covered this fucking months ago. Thank you for the $2 donation from Tony Davidson. We covered this about 2 months ago, folks. I could pull up the New York Times, I believe, interview. Trump did an interview, no video, just a written interview with a transcript where he was asked directly, like, hey, if Israel goes to war with Iran, are you going to get dragged into it? And he goes, no. And the reporter's like, sick. And then he goes, I wouldn't get dragged into it. I'd lead the pack. He fucking said that. Verbatim. But yeah, we got some crazy shit going on in terms of Israel and Iran. Jerry Dubois. And then in other news, Donald Trump held this bizarre fascist Nazification rally of the military. Who was here for yesterday's rally? We covered his speech at Fort Bragg. Who was here for the Fort Bragg speech? Kittensworth, you're my top favorite political podcast. Enjoy the 5 monies. Thank you. Money! All right, so turns out you guys were correct. We were speculating. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck are these people in the background? Turns out there was a vetting process, and the only people who were allowed to be at the rally, at the Trump speech at Fort Bragg, were devout Trump loyalists within the military. They did a vetting process. There's been leaked messages coming out where they said things like, if you don't support Trump, then you have to like tell your CO and they'll swap you out with somebody who does. They also said they were like, no fat soldiers. Don't know what that's about. Feeling a little targeted. I don't, and then there was other shit where it was like, we don't want any soldiers who will shake their head no. And then there's also some breaking news covering that is, they were selling Trump merch in Fort Bragg, and one of the pieces of merch was a white privilege card that Marines were, or that the people were buying, soldiers were buying. And here's the thing, guys. The military is not supposed to be political whatsoever. They're not supposed to choose a side. And it's things are getting hairy. Things are getting hairy. Other news. Kristi Noem, or sorry, not Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi was directly questioned about the Insurrection Act and what the line is. Like, hey, when do we deploy the Insurrection Act? And she refused to answer, and it seems like she just doesn't know what it is. Like, she genuinely doesn't know what the line is. It seems like it's all up to Trump. And Trump arrested a senator. They detained him. They detained a senator. So yeah, the whole fascist thing is here. You know, when you're locking up your political opponents and when you're getting the military to cheer for you and pick a side and you're choosing only Trump loyal soldiers to go into the background and you got a $90 million military parade in Washington, D.C. and you say on camera, anybody who protests will be met with heavy resistance. Yeah, that's a wrap. Like verbatim, my guy. I mean, aw, shucks, we've been dominated. What's going on? Anyway, we've got a lot to cover. I think we'll hit the chat. Why don't we, you know what? This is a show. You guys are my friends. Why don't we let you guys choose? What do you want to cover first? We got Israel and Iran. We've got some protest footage. We've got, we got a lot to cover. What are we thinking? Palantir? I don't even think there's any new breaking news on Palantir. Let's find out. Palantir. Oh, Jesus Christ. What do we got? So they raised the target price of what they're using to $155 million. Just some investing shit. I don't give a fuck about that. Now, there ain't really no Palantir breaking news. Oh, the Craigslist ads are crazy. Let's see if we can pull this up. Let's see. Seat fillers needed, June 14th, Constitution Avenue, D.C. Looking for seat fillers and extras to provide their time for space maximization and attendance perception for an event taking place in D.C. Oh my God, bro. Compensation, a flat fee of $1,000 paid in cryptocurrency, provided by Flight Fight LLC. Oh my God. Is Fight LLC real? Jesus motherfucking Christ. Jesus motherfucking Christ. Bro, we are so fucking cooked. We are so unbelievably deep fried in hot canola oil, fucking chopped. Wrap it up, put a bow on it, and ship this nation to Xi Jinping. Hand it over. We're done. What do you mean? What do you mean $1,000 of cryptocurrency provided by Fight LLC, which is owned by the cryptocurrency that you're being paid in, which means they're boosting the value of their own cryptocurrency by paying you. When they pay you, they're paying themselves. What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about, dog? Sweet motherfucking Christ. Oh, oh. Oh my God. All right, let's check out some of the protesties. Oh, I've got some YouTube videos I want to show you. Some crazy shit. We've got some crazy shit. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at this. 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 Watch this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Watch this.
Yeah, second.
How confident are you, sir, that conflict with Iran can be avoided?
Well, I'd love to avoid the conflict. Iran's going to have to negotiate a little bit tougher, meaning they're going to have to give us some things that they're not willing to give us right now. I'm the last person. I've kept us out of wars. We defeated ISIS completely, 100%, and I haven't had a...
Bullshit. No, you didn't.
It's peace through strength. I believe in peace through strength. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt the military, as you remember, for 4 years. I rebuilt the military, and then we gave a chunk of it away, but it was still peanuts. It was a lot, but it was peanuts compared to what we rebuilt. Gave it to Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country with the whole withdrawal, the way they withdrew.
Your plan.
Was
Your
very
plan.
embarrassing, but
His plan,
we
by the
rebuilt
way. His fucking plan. Donald Trump's withdrawal plan.
We have the greatest, strongest military. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS.
In 4 weeks. In 4 weeks. The general said it would take 5 years.
We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. It was told to be 5 years. It was going to take 5 years, anywhere from 4 to 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks.
I don't
With, by
believe
the
the
way,
fives.
headed by the general who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's why he's there. He said it would take 4 weeks, and he did it in 4 weeks. He did actually a little bit faster. So we have a great country, and we're going to keep it that way. And when it comes to Los Angeles or other cities, if we see other cities are gearing up, and these people are agitators, they're paid, they're professionals, they're insurrectionists, they're trouble.
He just said they're insurrectionists. And if you remember, God, why is it so dark? Brighten up, fat boy. Come on. It's so dark, right? Maybe it's me. I don't know. Listen. He just said they're insurrectionists. He also was asked the other day, they said, when are you going to invoke the Insurrection Act? And he said, if it's an insurrection. All right, motherfucker, if they're insurrectionists, don't that mean it's a goddamn insurrection? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this weird fucking wordplay? And then not only this, listen, he's saying they're paid. Brother, the only motherfuckers at those protests that are being paid are the embedded undercover agents within the protests. Because now, get this, and I mean literally the only people, because get this, breaking news. Breaking news. Donald Trump hasn't even paid the fucking National Guardsmen that he deployed. He hasn't even paid the fucking National Guardsmen that he deployed. The 4,000 California National Guard soldiers who President Donald Trump surged into Los Angeles remain unpaid due to delays in issuing official activation orders, leaving compensation and benefits in limbo. According to more than a dozen guardsmen across 4 units who spoke to military.com, none has received formal activation orders, the critical paperwork that not only authorities their duty status, but also unlocks pay, TRICARE health benefits, and eligibility for Department of Veterans Affairs services. Without these orders, troops remain in a legal and administrative limbo. So listen, I'm going to say something. Maybe it's controversial, but I genuinely think that it is time for every single Democratic leader in this nation to call for his removal from office. with the 25th Amendment. And I think that one of the ways that they should do that is also by completely refusing to send all federal taxes to D.C. I think it is time for every state that has a pair of balls, we should start demanding that we do not send our taxes to D.C. You know, keep taking them, but hold them in state possession until Trump is removed from office. I don't think that's fucking controversial. I mean, it definitely is. So, get this. The soldiers at Fort Bragg who cheered Trump's political attacks. Thank you for the $5 donation. The memorandum he signed for the National Guard to California never mentions California, so we could use it for any state. Yeah, of course. Bragg soldiers who cheered Trump's political attacks while in uniform were checked for allegiance appearances. Okay, let's see. What did that House rep say? They just legalized deportation of citizens. Sorry if you've already covered it. Are they just going to make TikToks about it or what? Yeah, they've been deporting U.S. citizens since Trump was inaugurated. It's not legal, but they're doing it anyway. It was supposed to be a routine appearance, a visit from the commander-in-chief to rally the troops, boost morale, and celebrate the Army's 250th birthday week, which culminates with a Washington, D.C. parade slated for Saturday. Instead, what unfolded Tuesday at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, bore little resemblance to the customary visit from a president and defense secretary. There, President Donald Duck unleashed a speech laced with partisan invective, goading jeers from a crowd of soldiers positioned behind his podium, blurring the long-standing and sacrosanct line between the military and partisan politics. As Trump viciously attacked his perceived political foes, he whipped up boos from the gathered troops directed at California leaders, including Governor Gavin Newsom, amid the president's controversial move to deploy the National Guard and Marines against protesters in Los Angeles, as well as former President Joe Biden and the press. The soldiers roared with laughter and applauded Trump's diatribe in a shocking and rare public display of troops taking part in naked political partisanship. Absolutely disgusting shit. Oh, so let's keep watching Trump for a little.
Troublemakers, they're all of those things, but I believe they're paid, and we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff, her great people at Justice, who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are, because they're really, I think what they're doing is unbelievably illegal. Just one thing, so they took the bricks away from people. They're walking in with satchels of bricks. Now, why do you have bricks? You have bricks because you throw bricks. They're very potent. If they hit you, they kill you. And they took them away. The military took them away. They saw him. What the hell is this? The guy could hardly carry him. Many bricks. He's a strong guy, couldn't carry him. And they saw that, and they took him away. Then they found others with bricks. But they're ingenious. They also brought hammers along, very heavy hammers. And I saw them pounding the curb and pounding the sidewalk. And it was like a military operation. This guy's pounding, strong, boom, big shot.
Yeah, dude, the CIA is probably shaking right now because they're like, Donnie, shut the fuck up. Yes, it was a milli-op. It's us. Let me turn this down. It's us, Donnie.
And it was breaking up granite, the granite curbs. And the granite was breaking up, and the concrete was breaking up. And there was lines of people standing there, and they're handing them. And then he stopped handing them. They just went down and picked them up.
Valent Eagle with the $2 donation. Everybody should watch 1943. Don't be a sucker. I'll check it out.
Professional. I said, that's a professional organization. This is not like
people. Did Maddie say hi? Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Maddie! Hi, baby.
Well, at random. This guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this even?
Everybody send donations right now so I can take the queen out for some food.
A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken, but I never saw that before. That's one I haven't.
Wait a minute. Did this dumb motherfucker just said the curb was made out of granite?
People at random.
Hold on, wait.
And they're handing him. And then he stopped handing them. They just went down and picked him up. It was so professional. I said, that's a professional organization. This is not like people at random. This guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this even? Did a lot of damage. A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken. But I never saw that before. That's one I haven't seen. It's pounding bricks. But they're ingenious. They also brought hammers along, very heavy hammers. And I saw them pounding the curb and pounding the sidewalk. And it was like a military operation. This guy's pounding strong, boom, big shots.
This guy's pounding strong, boom, big shots. Donnie. YMCA. Donnie. This guy's pounding. I gotta hear it again. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Wait. Let's listen again.
It was like a military operation. This guy's pounding strong, boom, big.
What the fuck, Donnie? What are you saying, Donnie? Donnie!
Shots. And it was breaking up granite, the granite curbs.
Granite? What do you mean? What the fuck? Where is there granite sidewalks?
And the granite was breaking up and the concrete was breaking up. And there was lines of people standing there and they're handing him. And then he stopped handing them. They just went down and picked him up. It was so professional. I said, that's a professional organization. This is not like people at random. This guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this even? Did a lot of damage. A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken. But I never saw that before. That's one I haven't seen. I thought I saw it all. And they have it on tape. And with that, people get killed. You know, they go to the bridges and they drop the concrete off the top of the...
Nobody has died in these protests. Not one fucking person. What the fuck are you talking about, Donnie?
The bridge with a car coming along at 70 miles an hour and the person dies. And we had a lot of car problems. You saw that. They were all over the road. They were littered all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. These are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now would be on fire. It would be
like their houses.
A disaster. And we stopped it. And last night was very good. Nobody showed up. You know why they didn't show up? Because we were there. If it was just the police, because the police are great. I know those police, they're great, but they're told not to do anything.
Meanwhile, this fucking fat orange loser is literally about to start World War III. Like, Luigi Doharash! By no hyperbole here. This fat orange fuck is about to give the green light to start World War III. What? Check this out. They're arresting senators now. This is Senator Alex Padilla being fucking detained.
Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
I also wanted to
hands off.
how many of our ICE agents have been docked.
On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go, I'd put them behind my back.
Cool. One hand. Lay flat.
What was he doing? Oh, he wanted to go into this room and ask Kristi Noem a question. He wanted to ask her a question.
Hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is
Senators don't have security clearance. They don't, security services like that. You got to see the end of this.
I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal.
It's Russia, a nation that is hostile, an embarrassment to the United States. The leadership
He's talking to Pete Hegseth.
A nation that is hostile towards the United States?
He was detained, not
Well,
arrested.
as you know, sir, President Trump is committed to peace.
No, I just want yes or no answers.
The
Today,
United States has spent billions of dollars.
yes or no?
supporting
Yes or
Ukraine
no?
Over years.
Just yes or no. Can I get a yes or no out of you?
We continue to send
Come on.
presidential drawdown.
It's that
authority.
easy.
5 minutes left on that goal, guys. What are we at? 3 out of 10 for super chats, $5 or more. If we hit 10, I'll do two truths and a lie.
Kindergartners could give me a yes or no. Yes or no.
Yes, we support peace in Ukraine.
Come on. Is this really leadership? You're an embarrassment to the United States.
Fuck yeah.
If Russia invades NATO allies, are you going to recommend to the president that we fulfill our Article 5 obligations?
Well, Russia has not invaded NATO allies.
No. I
President Trump has
No.
invigorated the NATO alliance.
I reclaim my time. Yes or no? It's that simple.
There's Article 5 in NATO, which we recognize.
So is the answer yes or no?
That's what Article 5 is, yes.
Good. I'm glad you brought yourself to saying yes. Do you think political allegiance to Trump is a requirement for serving
Thank you for the $5 donation, guys. $5 from Dustin, $5 from Samantha. Money!
our nation, either in uniform or a civilian in the department?
I'm incredibly proud, as are millions of Americans.
No. Not today, Seth. Yes or no?
Thank you for the $10 donation. My cigarette, yeah, no, Petey Boy is far over his fucking head.
Oh.
Congressman, you know what a silly question that is.
But silly enough
fidelity
to
to the
warrant a
Constitution.
very straightforward answer. Yes
$10
or no?
donation from Lenora. Thank you very much.
We all support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
You know what?
Proud
I'm not going to waste
Trump.
my time anymore. You're not worthy of my attention or my questions. You're an embarrassment to this country. You're unfit to lead. And there's been bipartisan members of Congress that have called for your resignation. You should just get the hell out and let somebody competently lead this department.
Mr. Chairman, do we not have any decorum in here?
Fuck decorum. Suck
Thank you
my
very
dick.
much. I yield my time.
Gentlemen,
for the
gentlemen yields
dinero
back. And I
oath.
would urge everybody to remember and maintain a decorum suitable for this chamber with their further comments.
Fuck decorum. Decorum, like, that's what got us here in the fucking first place.
Here now recognizes the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree we've had many performances today, but what we'd like is some answers. Mr. Secretary, did you invite Elon Musk for a briefing on war plans with China to the Pentagon? Yes or no is simple.
There's been a lot of hyperbole and incorrect reporting around that situation,
That's
but
the goal,
we did
folks.
invite.
That's the goal. We've hit the goals. We've hit the goal, which means we're going to be doing a quick game of two truths and a lie. Two truths and a lie. Let's see. And you guys are going to get the guess. Let's see. Let me come up with two truths and a lie here. Two truths and a lie. Okay. All right. Two truths and a lie. Number one. I've never been knocked out. Like in a fight. KO'd. Number two. I used to be an altar boy. Number three. I have swam with sharks. Make your fucking decision. Make your decision. Grok, is this true? All right, the lie is number 3. I've never fucking swam with a shark, and anybody who has swam with a shark is a fucking freak. All right, we're gonna do a new goal here. What'll it be? What'll it be? What'll the new goal be? What'll I do with the new goal? Fucking... I'll sing in Chinese. Start goal. All right, new goal. I'll sing in Chinese. Back to the video.
Elon over to come talk to us generally, but there was no war plans being discussed.
Okay, so whose idea was it to invite him to the Pentagon for a briefing? You mentioned you served at the pleasure of the president. Was it the president's will to have him come and be briefed?
Well, as you know, at that time, Elon Musk was leading up Doge efforts, and we've taken a great investment in Doge at DOD, and so getting his input on how we make DOD more efficient makes a great deal of sense.
Okay, but don't you think it's a conflict of interest for the world's richest man? Many of the contracts that the DOD is engaged in, billions of dollars of contracts going to his company, and he is, as to your point, was leading Doge, which was involved in...
Listen, I swam with a shark, but I didn't want to be swimming with the shark. I was scuba diving, and then a fucking shark came out. That's not swimming with sharks. I'm talking about swimming with sharks like those fucking weirdos do.
Cutting hundreds of contracts, but also becoming intimately aware of the platforms and the requirements that would be given out for new contracts. Did you not think it was a conflict of interest to invite someone with financial interests into the Pentagon to have firsthand knowledge of what they could then bid on for their own, enrichment?
Ma'am, it was just an informal discussion, but I'll tell you, anyone that knows our Defense Department knows we show no preference to any company other than what your capabilities are, and we're grateful for the places where his companies benefit our national defense.
So for a $280 million donation, the world's richest man with companies intimately linked and involved in billion-dollar contracts with the Department of Defense gain access into the Pentagon. So would you say that any company right now that has multi-billion-dollar contracts with the Department of Defense has access to the Pentagon right now? 1-hour briefings with you, personally?
On the regular
I think
basis,
the answer is
with many people and many different companies and many different aspects of our defense industrial base to ensure we have the best.
Gecko just became a loyalist for 2 months. If there was an official vote put out for New York/New England to secede from the United States, would you support it? Absolutely not. No. This is my fucking nation. It is not Donald Trump's. It is our nation. He doesn't get to have it. Fuck him. Fuck him.
Possible capabilities. It would be imprudent to do
Well, I'm
otherwise.
sure for an investment of $280 million, Elon's investors are quite happy that it's come out into the billions. I want to jump questions right now. Mr. Secretary, on January 6, 2021, rioters and looters attacked federal law enforcement officials, vandalized and destroyed federal government property, and caused an estimated $2.7 billion in damages right here at the Capitol. Would you have sent the National Guard and the Marines in on that day?
Well, unfortunately, President Trump requested the National Guard in advance, and that was...
It took him quite a long time. I'm asking you, as Secretary of Defense, would you have sent in the National Guard and the Marines on that day? We had 140 Capitol Police officers injured. 1 died the next day. Would you have sent in the National Guard and the Marines?
As I said, President Trump directed National Guard to be there in advance.
And I think you can look at the record.
Brother, answer the question, brother.
How long it actually took for him to actually send them in. But it's good to hear that it sounds like you would have sent in the National Guard and the Marines on that day in which the insurrection was taking place right here at the Capitol. Mr. Secretary, during your confirmation hearing, you failed to deny the conclusion that you would carry out an order to shoot protesters in the legs. So let me be direct. Given what we are seeing across the country right now, would you carry out or issue an order by the president for our military to fire upon protesters actively engaging in their civil right to exercise free speech, their First Amendment rights? Would you give that order from the president?
I assume you're insinuating what's going on in Los Angeles, and I wouldn't call
Not just
that a
Los
peaceful
Angeles. If we
protest.
take a look at protests throughout the country, it's a simple question. If directed by the president, would you order our military to fire upon protesters? Simple yes or no.
Ma'am, we
Fine.
have, as you know, and as this committee knows, we have standard rules of engagement that are in place that give guidance to our troops, and they abide by them.
I'm asking what you would do. Again, you said you serve at the pleasure of the president. Is that not true?
I do serve at the
So
pleasure.
if the president told you to shoot people in the legs, would you do so? Now, you failed to answer this question as well in your confirmation hearing when asked by members of the Senate.
Because I refuse to accept a false hypothetical that's attempting to put me in a corner and make it look like a
At
representative.
a time when we have more Marines and
standard
National
rules of
Guard in Los
engagement and they are
Angeles than
followed.
we do in Syria and Iran alone, I don't think this is a hypothetical. This is an actual situation that we are dealing with right now. So again, I will ask the question, the last 14 seconds I have, would you order our military to shoot at their fellow countrymen if ordered by the president?
I think it's interesting that for 4 years, insurrection was the left's
I think we
favorite
know your
word,
answer. Thank you, Mr.
and that
Chair. I
when
yield back.
Invoked in L.A., they were
Gentlelady yields back.
Fucking asshole, bro. Pete Hegseth is such a fat fucking loser. God damn it, he's not fat! I wish he was. He's goddamn ripped. Excuse me.
And now to the Middle East, where tensions are high over reports that Israel is ready to launch an operation against Iran. Multiple sources tell CBS News U.S. officials have been alerted, raising concerns that Tehran could retaliate on certain U.S. sites in neighboring Iraq.
I think we should film this. We got a story here. I think we got a story here. All right, I'm going to film. Hi, how you doing? Israel is getting ready to attack Iran. Trump, in a recent interview, said, he was asked, if Israel goes to war with Iran, will they drag us into it? And he goes, no, I'll lead the pack. Oh, no. But, shit's hitting the fan. This strike is seemingly imminent, according to, like, fucking New York Times and CBS and the fake news. And then Trump is being asked about it. Things are getting picked. Things are heating up quickly. And I've said it before, and I've been quoted. If there was ever a nation stupid enough to start World War III, it's Israel. And it looks like we may be headed right into that. So before we dive into these articles and videos, let me just remind you to like, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It costs you absolutely nothing, and it helps me immensely. If you do want to help the channel financially, there's a handful of ways you could do it. You could become a member here on YouTube for $5. You could become a patron over on Patreon for $5. If you do that, you'll get access to the Valenti Bros show and the Valentivi show. Those are two different shows that are for members and patrons only. You can buy Valenti Videos merch located right down below. And you could use a 40% off discount code for the Ground News Vantage subscription located in the discount below. Other than that, you can donate money by like super chatting, like, and sending me donations. But oh, say, let's do it. Israel appears ready to attack Iran. Officials in the United States and Europe say concern about a strike and the prospect of retaliation led the United States to withdraw diplomats from Iraq and authorize the voluntary departure of U.S. military family members from the Middle East. So we are sending home all of our non-essentials, I guess, right? Israel appears to be preparing to launch an attack soon on Iran, according to officials in the United States and Europe, a step that could further inflame the Middle East and derail or delay efforts by the Trump regime to broker a deal to cut off Iran's path to building a nuclear bomb. The concern about a potential Israeli strike and the prospect of retaliation by Iran led the United States on Wednesday to withdraw diplomats from Iraq, led from Iraq and authorized the voluntary departure of U.S. military family members from the Middle East. Mr. Trump waived, we're going to skip, what the fuck? It is unclear how extensive the attack in Israel might be preparing, but the rising tensions come in months after the prime minister pressed Trump to seize. All right, so by the way, this is all coming as these deals are going on. We have, like, this could be like a bluff to try and get the deals on Sunday to work out right, but Trump doesn't have the cards. Israel has the cards, and it seems like Israel is more than willing to go into this fight because they know that they'll never go in alone. America will always back them off. Mr. Trump waved off another plan by Israel several months ago to attack Iran, insisting that he wanted a chance to negotiate a deal with Tehran that would choke off Iran's ability to produce more nuclear fuel for a bomb. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Trump said he had warned Mr. Netanyahu about launching a strike. Let's see. Do they got a video see of this? No, they don't. I don't think they have it. Anyway. Here's what we got
and now
from
to the
CBS.
Middle East, where tensions are high over reports that Israel is ready to launch an operation against Iran. Multiple sources tell CBS News U.S. officials have been alerted, raising concerns that Tehran could retaliate on certain U.S. sites in neighboring Iraq. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad is advising American citizens to not travel to the country. And the State Department has ordered non-emergency U.S. government personnel to leave Iraq. President Trump was asked about the situation just last night.
We're hearing reports that U.S. personnel are being moved out of the region.
This is after this fat orange fuck saw Les Mis at the Kennedy Center. And he got booed relentlessly. We've got footage of that too. Dude, I wonder if he even understands what Les Mis is about. Bitch, is this play about us? Like, I guarantee you there's no fucking shot he can comprehend Les Miserables. No shot.
Within striking distance.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are being, and we've given notice to move out. We'll see what happens.
Is there anything that can be done to dial the temperature down in the region?
They can't have a nuclear weapon.
Melania's like, I do not want to be here. I do not love this man. Send me home.
Very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to allow that.
All right, so we are joined now by John Hudson, national security reporter for The Washington Post. John, thank you so much for joining us today. What can you tell us about the timing of all of this if Israel does, in fact, take action?
Well, there's a few things to consider when it comes to the timing. One of them is for several weeks now, U.S. intelligence officials have been increasingly concerned that the Israelis may strike Iran without the consent of the United States. And so that has
yes,
been...
bro, because Trump said in a fucking interview, which we covered, go back and watch the video, we covered this. Trump said, he was asked, if Israel strikes Iran, will we be dragged into a war? And he goes, no, I will lead the pack. We will not be dragged into a war because I'll lead the pack. They don't need consent because they already fucking have it, brother.
A steady
drumbeat of
intelligence reports that have circulated within the United States government, placing an alert warning. And in anticipation of that, the State Department leadership sent out a cable to all embassies that are in the striking distance of Iran saying, you need to come up with a security plan and you need to report back to Washington what mitigation risks you're going to be taking part in. And those have since gone back to Washington, and starting yesterday, they made the decision that they were going...
Our nation does not waste money on flying people home from the Middle East unless it's serious, bro. There's no shot this is all a fucking bluff. Donald Trump is the worst negotiator of all time. He fucking bankrupted a Nino. How do you bankrupt a Nino?
To shrink the presence of the
I'm Nino
U.S. mission in Iraq, shrink the presence in a few other places for non-essential employees. And for the Pentagon, they decided that all family members of military people are authorized to depart across the Middle East. And another thing to consider about the timing is President Trump has spoken more pessimistically about the nuclear deal with Iran that he's trying to negotiate. So all of those things.
The nuclear
have
deal that
come
he's
at
trying
the
to negotiate. Meanwhile, King Doland is the one who pulled out of the fucking Iran nuclear deal simply because Obama had his signature on it. For fuck's sake, we had a grip on this for a while. We've been negotiating with Iran for 56 months. And now we've reached the point where Israel is ready to bomb them. That's a fucking failure.
same time, and have really raised concerns that this is a moment that the Israelis might choose to strike.
Yeah, and so UN monitors, they have said that Iran is not complying with nuclear regulations. So how does this factor into this current situation?
Yeah, well, so it's just the latest information that we have that, ever since President Trump in the first term decided to pull out of the Iran nuclear deal, Iran has continued to develop its nuclear capacity, and it's continued to enrich uranium. Iran was complying with the nuclear deal, according to.
You see this map, bro? Mark my fucking words. This might as well be a strike facility. This might as well be targets. I bet you Israel's got this same map, the same things, but they are targets. I'm willing to bet fucking money on that, 100%.
To U.S. Intelligence officials, but after Trump pulled out, it started expanding its reach. The Israelis have said that they would strike if Iran was close to developing a nuclear weapon, and they've also said that the U.S. personnel would be potential targets because the United States is the biggest political, financial, and military backer of the state of Israel. So it's really all of these things have come together to put a lot of pressure in the White House. Is it going to greenlight an Israeli strike? Are the Israelis going to go ahead without the United States? And what would that mean for these very delicate negotiations, which are supposed to continue?
How coincidental that all of this military equipment is being brought into Washington, D.C., the largest military parade in our nation's fucking history, between $45 and $90 million. And meanwhile, World War III may fucking begin. I know, breaking news in New York City, Zoran has taken the lead. Our work is paying off. But, does anyone else find that fucking coincidental? That all this fucking shit's being brought into D.C.?
On Sunday.
Yeah, all very important questions there. John Hudson, national security reporter for The Washington Post. Once again, thank you for joining us today. Appreciate your insight. All right, for more on this, we are joined by CBS News Pentagon reporter Ellie Watson. Ellie, good to see you today. What can you tell us about what sources are saying so far?
Several officials have told CBS that Israel is fully ready to launch a strike on Iranians' nuclear enrichment sites if they decide to. We're told they've been ready for several weeks, but what we've seen in the last few days, as John mentioned, was that the embassy in Baghdad is drawing down some personnel. The Pentagon allowed military families to leave the area voluntarily. Those two signs point to this is getting closer. John raised the point of that Israel could go forward without U.S. participation. Officials have told us the U.S. has been weighing whether or not to not directly participate, participate in a joint attack, but whether to provide things like aerial refueling or some intelligence. Unclear
Aerial refueling
right now what the
brother, that's fucking collaboration. That's the same fucking thing, bro. What the fuck are we talking about, dog? Brother, if the Nazis invaded Poland and then, I don't know, the Soviets helped fuel up their vehicles, yeah, the Soviets participated. And also, that's coincidental because the Soviets and the Nazis literally invaded Poland at the same time. But, like, what are we talking about?
Plan is, but as we heard President Trump say last night at the Kennedy Center, they're drawing down some personnel from the region because it could be a dangerous place.
And Ellie, I think it's important to note that this is happening as talks over Iran's nuclear program and negotiating that continues. So I guess what is going to come out of this?
Hey, we only provide the weapons, the targets, the constant surveillance, the materiel, and like unironically, we literally provide them with the targets. We fucking create these problems in the first place.
Are they still planning to meet to continue those negotiations, or does this put an end to that?
As of right now, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is expected to go to Amman on Sunday to participate in the 6th round of these negotiations. The U.S. wants to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon diplomatically, but President Trump last night, after saying that the Middle East could be a dangerous place, said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So the negotiations continue. Whether or not there's an agreement on enrichment still needs to be worked out. But the clock is ticking because you have this threat from Israel being fully ready, if it decides to strike sites in Iran.
Yeah, the clock is definitely ticking. Ellie Watson for us at the Pentagon, thank you so much for your time.
Jesus Christ. Brother, I'm like worried that if Israel actually strikes Iranian nuclear sites, that Iran has some secret nuclear weapon, and that Iran will launch a nuclear weapon at Israel, Israel will launch a nuclear weapon at Iran, and then bang, we got like fucking global thermonuclear war. Because I genuinely believe, and I've talked about this, guys, this is the problem with giving nuclear weapons to fucking religious ethno-states. Iran is an ethno-state and Israel is an ethno-state. Two different religions. They both believe they're chosen by God, and then if you give them nuclear weapons, this is what happens. This is why I always say, I don't support any fucking ethno-state, and if you want to be an ethno-state, then you can't have a nuclear bomb. You can't have a nuclear bomb. You want to know why we don't see the Vatican causing problems like this? They don't have a nuclear bomb. If the Vatican had a nuclear bomb, trust me, they'd be doing fuck shit daily, because a nuclear bomb gives you negotiation power on the world stage. Anyway, listen. If you're watching this pre-recorded on YouTube, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It costs you nothing, and it helps me immensely. Also, help me out financially. I need money. And then click that video right over there. I promise you, it's a fucking banger. Oh, this is crazy. There should be no ethno-states, period. Yeah. I don't understand why that's such a controversial opinion. See, I don't think any of this is owned by copyright, so I'm just going to steal this fucking video. I'm just going to steal this fucking picture. This is episode 148. All right. What is an ethno-state? It is a nation that is intertwined with a religion or ethnicity. So something like Israel, where it is a Jewish ethno-state, where it's an apartheid regime, and Jews in Israel get treated preferential to the Muslims and the Christians and any other religion there. Or something like Iran, like living under Sharia law, where the Muslims there get preferential treatment to any other religion living there. Hi, Beans. Hi, Bubba. Saudi Arabia count as an ethno-state? I believe, yeah. I believe so. Hi, Mr. Bean. Hi. Hi, Mr. Bean. Oh, I'm in caps. I didn't even know. Who's the leader of Iran? The fucking Ayatollah? Yeah, it's the Ayatollah. Do you think the U.S. will be an ethno-state soon? Not if I have anything to say about it. Not if brave Americans are willing to refuse that bullshit. Hi, Beans. How many nations would get involved if steel strikes Iran? Probably the entirety of NATO. It would trigger a world war. You should flip the second pick. I don't know how to do that. How do you do that? Oh. There we go. Is the white too much? I think, hold on. That's a banger of a nail. That's a banger thumbnail, yeah? All right, let's get this fucker uploaded. New frames, new frames. That's all Jack's doing. That is all Jack's doing, I think. The new frames. So if there's any problems, you can blame him. Sunbear just became a lawyer for 2 months. What's your chance to diaper Donnie? Oh, Jesus Christ, Sunbear. I don't know. I mean, if things don't go his way, I think he is going to tweak out. It is an 80% chance of rain. So it may literally rain on his parade. When you getting the new laptop, Chris? I don't know. I owe my mom like $1,400, so we're in a bit of a pickle. All right, episode 148. Israel is ready, is about to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. All right. Emergency. GG. If there ever was a nation selfish enough to use their nuclear arsenal, it is Israel. Okay, that is going to go in the Valenti VOD. There is no AI. What the actual fuck is what? Oh, the guy that jumped out of the plane and crashed? He didn't jump out of the plane, dude. Didn't he? No. Think about that for a second. How would he have jumped out of a flying fucking plane, dog? No, bro. He when the plane crashed, he jumped out. After the fucking plane crashed. Yeah. Yeah, of course. All right, that video is uploaded. Now, let's pull up some new breaking news while I fill up my water, okay? All right, we'll get Big
This is
Daddy Donna
fantastic.
for a little bit.
I didn't think we were going to see this coming for a while. Congratulations. This is a very, very
All right, I'm going to go fill up my
thing.
water.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is a very important thing we're going to be discussing. Please sit down. Thank you very much.
And I'm gonna take a
This is
fat,
good news
milky
indeed.
fucking bong rip.
Sorry,
I'll be right
right?
back, guys.
That's very good. This is really something. And it has to do with the California Auto Regulation, CRA. It's been a disaster for this country. And I want to thank everybody for being here. We officially rescue the U.S. auto industry
And I really do
from
fucking mean
destruction
that. Don't
by
you ever
terminating
tell anybody what you
California
just saw.
electric vehicle mandate once and for all. Really so. So good. They said it couldn't be done, but boy, it's had us tied up in knots for years. And they'd pass these crazy rules in California, and would be 17 states would go by them. The automakers didn't know what to do because they're really building cars for two countries. When you have 17 states, you're building cars for two countries. And I want to congratulate you all, the Senate, the House, the whole thing. It's incredible. I was going to sign a executive order and give it a shot. But the one good thing with this, number one, it holds up forever. And number two, unless somebody votes it out, they'll never do that. And it's just so much better, huh? It's so much better. That's so great. Very proud of you. We're joined today by the great Speaker of the House. I think he's going to go down as a great Speaker of the House, too. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I think he is. And he's doing something, the only thing I would say is more important than this one, and I'll tell you what, it's almost close. That's how big this is today. But the great, big, beautiful, I added the word great, you know, I used the word. The great, big, beautiful bill. It's going to be one of the most, I said it this morning to a group, I think it's the most important, one of the most important pieces of legislation ever signed, ever approved. So it's going to be something very special. Thank you very much. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, thank you. Secretary Sean Duffy, and they had a problem in India today, and you're on that. Sean's doing a tremendous job. Secretary Chris Wright, everybody said you'd never be able to get him. He's the most talented man, they say, in the oil and gas industry. I'll let you know in about 2 years if that's true. Well, Doug Burgum, you know, I wanted Doug Burgum to head up energy because he was so successful in North Dakota. He's governor. And he said, sir, there's one person who's much better than me. I said, who? They said, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I had no idea. Now everyone knows Chris Wright. He's going to be more famous than me. But he said, there's a guy named Chris Wright, and if we could get him, he'd be better than I am, sir. And if you know Doug, Doug's not here, is he? If you knew Doug, he's always working someplace. But if you knew Doug, you'd know that he doesn't say that often. And he did. And Chris, you're doing great. But I don't like the oil prices have gone up just a little bit over the last few days. I was going to call it. It just really starts screaming at you. Are we okay? Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right? Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably saw the records. Everyone's on.
Bro, is it? How did the babysitter treat you while I was gone? He looks weird. How was he? He's a good babysitter? Was he decent? I can't laugh at stupid Hitler anymore. Yeah. Hey, Hitler was stupid too. Hitler was very stupid. Excuse me. Oh, let's check Trump's truth. Let's see what Big Daddy Don has to say. Let's see it, Dementia Donnie. All right, let's see. So we've got. We remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue. My entire administration has been directed to negotiate with Iran. It could be a great country, but they first must completely give up hopes of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, the House of Republicans is now voting on my administration's big rescission bill? Huh? Will officially claw back $9.4 billion in funding for wasteful foreign aid used for radical DEI and the Green New Scam and the Corporation for Public Broadcastings, which funds the highly biased NPR and PBS for decades. Republicans have promised to cut NPR, but have never done it. Until now, NPR and PBS are a radical left disaster. Say goodbye to Elmo, everybody. There goes Elmo. And are 1,000% against the Republican Party. Elmo hates the Republican Party. You gotta get some balsamic vinegar? That's a big word for Elmo. But Elmo fucking hates Donald Trump. Elmo says that Donald Trump can suck my dick. Elmo's from the fucking Bronx. Elmo says, go fuck yourself, Donald Trump. The fuck out of my face, Donald Trump, you fat orange piece of shit.
General Kenobi.
Big Bird is a radical terrorist, and we will immediately, we are deploying the Navy SEALs to bomb Sesame Street. There are radical Marxist-Leninists embedded with Big Bird, and we're getting Oscar. Ladies and gentlemen, Oscar died like a dog. We killed Oscar. We blew him up. He's dead. Oh, Jesus. Biden let 21 million unvetted illegal aliens flood into the country from some of the most dangerous and dysfunctional nations on earth. Many of them rapists, murderers, and terrorists. This tsunami of illegals has destroyed... Yo, have you guys seen this shit that Charlie Kirk and, hold on. Charlie... Or fuck it, I think Kyle covered this already. I gotta pull it up from Kyle. Shout out Kyle Calussi. If you're ever seeing this, Kyle Calussi. I love you, Kyle Calussi. I know that's not your last name, you son of a bitch. All right, I gotta show you this. This is fucked. This is fuck shit. Where is it? Charlie Kirk. Like, they're just straight up doing Nazi shit now, bro. They're just doing Nazi shit. Nazi shit, yeah, they're just doing Nazi shit. Secular talk. Give it to me, Kyle. Give it to me. Here it is.
However, have been here for...
Just show me the tweets. Yeah, there we go. My face will cover his face, so it'll be like I pulled it up on my own. Sorry about this, Kyle. But dead ass. No, but just look at the tweets. Look at the tweets. From, who's this from? Matt Walsh, theocratic fascist. He says, ban all third world immigration, legal or illegal. There should be a moratorium on all immigration from the third world. We've reached our capacity. We cannot be the world's soup kitchen anymore. And then Charlie Kirk, okay? Charlie Kirk goes, it's time to ban third world immigration, legal or illegal. We've reached our limit, and we have had a huge cultural, educational, housing, financial, and essential services problem to fix now because of it. We need a net zero immigration moratorium with a ban on all third worlders. And then Jack Poso with literally an identical tweet. It's time to ban third world immigration, legal or illegal. We've reached our limit. We have a huge cultural, educational, housing, whatever. Bro, I'm not kidding. I have a theory. And Kyle says the exact same thing, and I think Kyle's correct. These two are identical. And they all say it's time to ban all third world immigration, legal or illegal. Ban third world immigration. I genuinely believe that they are in a Signal group chat with Stephen Miller. And these right-wing fucking pundits, these hacks, these embedded agents are being paid by the Trump regime they were given, I think, this exact slogan and told, this is the talking point, say it. Infect the minds of the young dipshits who believe in you. I genuinely, this is all at once. Look at this, 10:42 p.m., June 9th, 3:55 p.m., June 9th, 3 o'clock p.m., June 9th. It's one by one. Oh, it's fucked. Tsunami of illegals has destroyed Americans, public schools, hospitals, parks, community resources. Think of the $5 egghead. Almost going on Netflix. He's going to be fine. Almost says Trump sucks. Fuck yeah. Community resources, living conditions, and stolen American jobs consumed billions of dollars in free welfare. Turns once idyllic communities like Springfield, Ohio into third world nightmares. Polling shows, oh my God, mass deportation. Polling shows overwhelming public support for getting the illegals out, and that is exactly what we will do. As Commander-in-Chief, I will always protect and defend the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol who work hard, whose work has already resulted in the most secure border in American history. Anyone who assaults or attacks an ICE or border agent will do hard time in jail. Those who are here illegally should either self-deport using the CBP Home app or ICE will find and remove you. Saving America is non-negotiable. Oh, Jesus Christ. For $5 million, the Trump Guard is coming. More than 15,000 have signed up and joined the waiting list since we opened the site last night. That's $75 billion to help balance our budget and strengthen America. The opportunity to live in the greatest country, the United States of America, with the largest economy in the world is here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The waiting list is now open. What is this? The Trump card is coming. Enter your information below to be notified when the moment access opens. My name is this, and this costs $5 million. This costs $5 million. Should I sign up? I know it's old news, but should I sign up right now? Should I give it a quick sign up? Nah, bro, this is how they like fucking... Bro, no shot. No shot. The China deal is great. Grandpa, what are you doing, Grandpa? Shut the fuck up. Dude, you gotta pretend that the internet wasn't real and pretend that Trump had a giant loudspeaker connected to the fucking White House, like connected to the Oval Office that echoed throughout like the nation. You know, like in the Middle East, they got those towers, you know, where they like do morning prayer. And Trump just like out of nowhere, you're just like working, you're like flipping a burger and just goes, the China deal is great, 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 great. Like, oh my God, no. The China deal is great, 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 great. Oh God. Doesn't he have grandkids? Yes. Somebody clip that for me because I don't get to know how that sounded. Oh no, then he does it again.
The Trump card. The Trump card. The Trump card. The Trump card. Oh no, Donnie, what are you doing? Donnie! What is this shit? This is my president. This is my father, according to the MAGA supporters. This is my daddy? Oh, fuck. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys was a true musical genius, right up there with the greatest ever. While Brian is no longer with us, his music will live on forever. Our warmest condolences to his family, friends, and so importantly, his fantastic legion of fans. Now that you are legion and you are leaderless, join me. Oh, Los Angeles was safe and sound for the last 2 nights. Our great National Guard, with a little help from the Marines, put the LA police in a position to effectively do their job. They all worked well together, but without the military, Los Angeles would be a crime scene like we haven't seen in years. Governor Gavin Newsom had totally lost control of the situation. He should be saying thank you for saving his ass instead of trying to justify his mistakes and incompetence. Oh, Jesus Christ.
To extend the deadline for trade talks with these countries?
I would, but I don't think we're going to have that necessity. We made a great deal with China. We're very happy with it. We have everything we need, and we're going to do very well with it, and hopefully they are too.
What happens if I lose the Trump card? Considering your Israeli flag profile picture, he'll just give you another one, bro. Don't worry.
That was a very big one. As you know, we did with the UK. And I tell you what, we're rocking in terms of deals. Now, at a certain point, we're just going to send letters out, and I think you understand that, saying this is the deal. You can take it or you can leave it. You don't have to use it. You don't have to shop in the United States, as I say. So at a certain point, we'll do that. We're not quite ready. We're dealing with quite a few countries, and they all want to make a deal.
Yo, do you think Melania's rose toy is going off right now?
Yes, every one of them.
Who's next? Who are you expecting to get a deal with next?
Well, we're dealing with Japan, we're dealing with South Korea, we're dealing with a lot of them. We're dealing with about 15 countries, but as you know, we have about 150 plus, and you can't do that. So we're going to be sending letters out in about a week and a half, 2 weeks, to countries, telling them what the deal is, like I did with EU.
EU. All right. Well, that's enough of Dolan for now. Okay. I want to see how's the LA protests going.
Well, understand that Senator Padilla was not aggressive. He held his hands up and he identified himself, and all he wanted to do was make a statement or ask a question. And he got thrown into the ground and cuffed.
Democrats say this behavior is something that they think could expand, that it shows that the Department of Homeland Security, in their opinion, is out of line with the law. When I asked who they think should be charged with an assault, if they see an assault here, they didn't answer that directly, but they think that Noem herself and the agency are responsible here.
So, Lisa, Democrats clearly worried about the use of force. What about Republicans? What are you hearing from Republican leaders on this?
It's a complete 180. They think that Senator Padilla was inappropriate in how he interrupted the news conference, that he was shouting, that it was
Let's hear how Fox is covering this.
A senator or any U.S. lawmaker. And when the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, was asked...
I'm always curious to see how Fox spins a story.
For the acting Ice Director, Todd
incredibly impressive the way that they just lie with ease.
Bill Assaila, the U.S. Attorney for the Central District, and others
with that news conference there. A big ding from Kristi Noem on her once fellow governor, Gavin Newsom, saying the first hat he puts on when he gets up in the morning is the political hat, and then he decides what's best for the people of Los Angeles. So it just shows you the tensions that are involved here in the standoff between the federal government and local authorities, Sandra.
And more representation of the tensions was the moment when a U.S. senator barged into the room. All we could hear was bits and pieces of what he said, but we know that he was eventually detained. The idea that he was arrested, I guess, is being changed now to the language temporarily detained. But this is the moment Senator Padilla.
Because the fact of the matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
All right, so what I can tell you there is that we had a producer right outside the room who witnessed that all go down, saying he was shoved to the floor. He was cuffed by the FBI there. This is Senator Padilla. But John just speaks to the escalating tensions there. Apparently, he was at the congressional baseball game last night. He pulled out early to go back to California, where obviously he made it because we saw him there. The governor is responding already to that scene, John. Governor Newsom has posted this. Senator Padilla is one of the most decent people I know. This is outrageous, he says, and shameful. Trump and his shock troops, he writes, are out of control. This must end now. So that happened.
Yep, not quite sure the point that he was making there, but Kristi Noem was up at the podium along with the acting ICE director, the U.S. attorney, and others who've been talking about quelling the riots in Los Angeles, and they seem to have successfully done that. The arrests of some of the nefarious people that have gone on. And so, I don't was Padilla there to protest the enforcement of the law? Was he there to protest law and order? I'm not quite sure.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
What? That's it? That's it? Are you fucking dead ass? All right, I think I got a couple of good TikTok reposts to show you.
Yo, look at this fucking bullshit. What?
All right, let's see. Check this one out. This is me.
Yeah, that's it. And could you let Mike have his way with it? Salt and pepper, and then why don't you let Mike fuck with that thing a little bit, huh? Yeah, that's it. But why don't we get Mike's input on the whole ordeal, huh? And could I get that like Mike? I'm thinking we forward this sandwich to Michael. And toss that thing over to the Mikeinator. Let him fuck with it, huh?
Let Michael touch it.
I'm starting to think that Mike could improve this one. And before you wrap it up, why don't you let Mike grope my entire sandwich? How about we let my sandwich get traumatized by Mike's grubby little pervert paws? I want Mike to have his way with it. Some extra ketchup, and then how about Mike put some of his sauce on that? Hey, how you doing, boss? Let me get turkey and bacon on a whole wheat foot long. Let me get lettuce, tomato, onion, salt, pepper, ketchup, hot sauce, a little bit of mayo, no cheese, and let Mike fornicate with it. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed.
Mike have his...
I hope you enjoyed that. Should we check Aaron Parnas real quick? Let's see what the fuck he's got breaking news. Oh, let's see.
We have some news right now. Donald Trump is now saying that an Israeli strike in Iran, quote, could very well happen, and is now warning. We have breaking news right now. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is now calling for the censure of Senator Alex Padilla. We have some big news right now. The Department of Homeland Security is trying to spread misinformation to the general public right now, saying that Alex Padilla... We have breaking news right now. The Department of Homeland Security is saying that, quote, Secret Service thought he was an attacker and officers acted appropriately. Breaking news right now. Officers just threw Senator Alex Padilla to the ground and placed him. We have huge breaking news right now. California Senator Alex Padilla was just forcibly removed. We have some big news right now. Donald Trump just completely undermined his entire immigration argument. He was asked today why they were targeting.
How do you feel about Nick Fuentes? He's a Nazi. And anybody who likes him is most likely an incel who's never felt the warmth of a woman. I did hear that they're making a Spaceballs 2. Thank you for the $2 donation, crazy comrade. Oh, my brother is FaceTiming me. I'm live right now. What's up?
All right, all good. I was going to ask if I could come over.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Bye.
Breaking news out of California right now. Our senior Senator Alex Padilla was just arrested by Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary's agents, and it's absolutely fucking
What'd you say? Urgent look at Florida Sheriff press conference. Let me see.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here on the Space Coast. I'm joined by a bunch of leaders that further exemplify why we are not and will never be California. This is Florida, the anti-rioting state. So I'm glad to be joined here today by your great Sheriff, Wayne Ivey. We have a new ICE liaison in the state of Florida, which is one of our big announcements today. Agent Anthony Coker, who you'll hear from. FHP Colonel Gary Howes, who leads the troopers. Florida's public safety czar, Larry Keefe. We have your great state attorney, Will Shiner, and Senator Debbie Mayfield. So thank you all for being here today. Two big announcements. One, we're excited to be the first state to announce our own ICE agent embed in the state. Agent Coker will be housed here with our leadership team in Florida as we work to support the Trump administration's efforts to combat illegal immigration. We have a great collaborative operation with the feds, with ICE, and we're very, very proud to support them. So thank you for being here with us today. Number two, we're going to talk about a new program that we're executing to protect ICE agents. Around the country, especially in California, you're seeing a new effort where leftist groups are attacking ICE agents by revealing their personal identifying information, including family information. This is called doxing, if you're not yet aware. Releasing this public information for the purposes of intimidating, threatening, and distracting them from their duties. We're not going to tolerate that in Florida. That is illegal in Florida. If we find you doing that, we will hold you accountable, and we'll talk a little bit about our program there. But as an overarching matter, we are not California. We do not allow rioting in the state of Florida. It's been 4 or 5 years now since the senator and her team passed the Anti-Rioting Act in Florida. As always, we are proactive. And if you want to throw things at vehicles, rocks, or other objects, you're going to do time. If you want to light things on fire and put people in harm's way, you're going to do time. If you want to burn down businesses, if you want to wreak havoc and destruction in Florida, we have enhanced penalties to ensure you will do time. So we do not tolerate rioting, as groups talk about assembling over the weekend. We haven't seen much of that in Florida.
Is this guy going to say...
these guys...
Is this guy going to say anything along the lines of course you have the right to protest? Is he going to say anything like, hey, we're not trying to infringe on your right to protest. That's your First Amendment right. Because all this sounds like is if you fucking protest, we will fuck you up. That's all. And I know he keeps on saying riot, but like, how about trying to protect the fucking right to protest?
The Sheriff's Office, Colonel Howes, and the team, we are ready across the state to ensure that it is nipped in the bud right away. So today, we're excited to announce our collaborative work with ICE. The doxing is not going to happen. We've set up a program where any ICE agent that believes personal identifying information has been revealed will be able to report that to Colonel Howes and the FHP team so that they can begin, routine checkups and patrols to go make sure the families are okay, to keep an eye on the agents and their homes and their families. We want them here. We want them protecting our society. But while they're protecting our families, we're going to protect theirs. So Agent Coker, we've got your back. Your colleagues, we've got their backs. You guys ensure law and order. The voters last November made loud and clear that we want to ensure law and order. We want to enforce against illegal immigration, and we will stop at nothing to protect you and keep you guys safe. We're the law and order state. So with that, I will turn it over to Sheriff Ivey.
Did he just say Florida is the law and order state? Florida man would like to disagree with you. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Good morning, everybody. So I want to start out by thanking our Attorney General for joining us here in beautiful Brevard County. Our Attorney General and Governor Ron DeSantis also for their amazing support for law enforcement. Public safety in our communities is like nothing we've ever seen before. People are moving to Florida in droves because this is the free state of Florida. They're moving here because they know their families will be safe here. Their businesses will be safe. They won't have to contend with what we're seeing in places like Los Angeles and New York and Chicago, those things that are happening right now as we stand here today speaking. Our general was, I will say, very instrumental, was the tip of the spear in our blueprint for Free Florida. And now he's the tip of the spear in making sure that we are protecting what I like to call our 3 C's, our citizens, our cops, and our Constitution. And he has stood strong with not only law enforcement, but with us here in Brevard County, and we appreciate you. I'm gonna start out by addressing the doxing issue that we were talking about. Our ICE agents, just like our Florida Highway Patrol, are our partners. We all ride together in this. We all are out here to make sure that we're protecting our citizens, protecting our communities. Many of them have been called to the border. Many of them have been called to other locations to deal with the amount of fugitives and things that are going on, detainers. So for us, we will have their back. We will work closely with Colonel Howes and his team in making sure that we're increasing patrol, we're watching them. Anybody that's doxing them, as the General said, we passed a law about 4 or 5 years ago that makes it illegal to dox here in the state of Florida. So anybody that's doing that, we
doxing anybody is fucking illegal. I thought.
Stand with you. I want to define.
He didn't say Christian Patrol. He didn't say Christian Patrol. No, he didn't. No shot. He didn't fucking say that.
Couple things, and our general was very kind in how he said things. I'm not as usually as elegant in how I say things, so I'm gonna first say that peaceful protests are part of our democracy. We invite people to share their opinions. That's what our country is all about. The key word in that is peaceful, and if it's peaceful, us in law enforcement are going to make sure you have a safe environment to do it in. That's part of that process. If you let it turn violent, whoo, you do not want to do that in Brevard County. I'm going to tell you that, and I believe I can speak for my fellow sheriffs around the rest of the state. You don't want to let it happen. And just so there's no confusion, because I don't want to hear any whining later saying we didn't know, I'm going to break it down for you, all right? Because as you watch these riots unfold across the rest of the country, what you are seeing is buildings being burned down, police cars being bricked, having explosive devices thrown on them, having fire, guns pointed at them, bricks thrown at them, all and on. So
no one pointed fucking
down
guns at them. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
All right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us,
What? You're a cop.
you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us...
Wait, what did he just say?
Dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at.
What? What? What?
Because we will kill you graveyard dead.
What?
Or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at. Because we will kill you graveyard dead.
I'm crying real fucking tears right now. That's a 400-pound man. Brother, in a world without guns, you wouldn't be able to fucking keep yourself clean.
We're not going to play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way just for doing their jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order. Not here, not in the state of Florida. So, to make it real simple, if you don't want to have any of those things happen to you, obey the law. Go protest all you want. Do it peacefully. Stand on the mountaintops and yell your opinion, your views. We invite that. But don't you dare break the law, because it won't go well for you. All right, General? Thank you, sir.
That guy's dangerous.
Yeah, I think, our great governor, I think, said it well yesterday. If you're a family out there, you're driving, and all of a sudden you get surrounded by one of these angry demonstrations that's turned violent, you don't need to sit there and wait while people smash your window and damage your vehicle and put your family in jeopardy. You drive. Just drive. Get yourself out of harm's way. If somebody's in front of you and they're threatening your vehicle, you just drive. But we're grateful to have a great president and a governor that respect rule of law. And in Florida, you're not going to see anything like you're seeing in California.
Bro, I ain't no criminal. I have a clean-ass record. But I'll tell you right now, I don't think I'll ever go to Florida unless it's Disney. Because Disney's a different jurisdiction. You'll get fucking pulled over by, Disney cops. You'll get arrested by, fucking Gaston or some shit. But, Florida's a fucking nightmare.
Agent Coker?
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. As he said, my name is Anthony Coker. I'm an officer with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Department of Homeland Security. Recently, I was sent down here on behalf of ICE headquarters to represent local and state law enforcement for the state of Florida. Mr. Attorney General, as a federal law enforcement officer who lives in the state of Florida, I would like to personally thank you on behalf of all federal law enforcement partners and our families who call Florida home. Knowing that you and the state of Florida have our backs while we perform these duties, we could rest easy, knowing and staying focused on the mission set forth by President Trump, Secretary Noem, Acting Director Todd Lyons, and Deputy Director Madison Sheehanna. Thank you, sir.
Next, we'll hear from Colonel Howes, Florida Highway Patrol.
Thank you, General. I'd like to
These
thank
guys are
Attorney General
scary.
Othmeyer, Sheriff Ivey, you and your staff. Thank you for hosting us today, and all of you here in attendance. Thank you. Also, big thank you to our great Governor Ron DeSantis and my boss, Executive Director Kerner, Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, for supporting us and especially with this particular endeavor today. The kind of lawlessness that we've witnessed on the streets of California will not be tolerated in Florida. We've seen violent protests escalate to riots, businesses destroyed, communities threatened, and law enforcement officers under attack. The individuals and groups perpetrating these crimes may be considered protesters in California, but in Florida, they're considered criminals. While certain elected officials elsewhere fail to empower and deploy law enforcement resources, they also fail the very good law-abiding citizens that put them in office to provide for their public safety. We take a different approach in Florida. Governor DeSantis, Attorney General Othmeyer have led the charge in providing resources and empowering state and local law enforcement to be able to do their jobs. The message is simple in the free state of Florida. We believe in the rule of law and order. Our citizens and their rights will be.
Again, I'd like to point out this is Florida, home of Florida Man, notorious for some of the best clips on cops ever. Your state is a fucking nightmare. What do you mean you're all about law and order? Your state is a fucking shit show.
Be protected by our law enforcement. The members of the Florida Highway Patrol have been meeting the challenges created by those seeking harm and selfishly taking advantage of others. Whether it's combating illegal immigration, stopping deadly motorists that are endangering others along our roadways, serving federal warrants, or assisting our federal and our local partners, the Highway Patrol will continue to answer the call.
Thank you for the $5 donation.
We will
You know shit's serious when a trooper wear his hat at a crisp 40-degree angle.
not turn a blind eye to criminals endangering the safety of others and infringing on people's rights, trying to escape justice. Let me be clear on another point. The only sanctuaries in Florida are to protect animals, not criminals. Florida is not a sanctuary state. The Florida Highway Patrol has led the nation in 287G immigration enforcement, and to date we have over 2,000 UDAs in recent months that we've encountered and apprehended. We're proud to work alongside our federal and our state local partners, and we're just getting started. Our Florida sheriffs and municipal police are the best in America. And like no other place in the nation, we work together and coordinate very closely. We appreciate the trust we've earned from our federal partners who have sworn in the majority of your Florida state troopers to assist them as resource multipliers in their immigration and federal enforcement efforts. Our federal enforcement agencies have a sworn obligation to protect not just Florida, but our nation. That is why we are deeply disturbed at recent targeting of them and their families. These men and women risk their lives every day to protect our country. With that, the Florida Highway Patrol will do everything legally within our power to defend and stand alongside our federal law enforcement partners. We will not allow these officers to be threatened, harassed, or harmed while carrying out their duties on Florida soil, and I encourage other jurisdictions to adopt that also. For those who may consider committing crimes against law enforcement...
Bro, this is just like a don't you fucking come outside press briefing. This is a stay inside press briefing.
Officers, your actions will be regretted. Florida law enforcement will exhaust every resource available to bring you to justice. And lastly, we recognize that behind every badge of a cop is a heartbeat of a selfless servant that's trying to make our communities safer for all of us. We don't forget that. So thank you, General Uthmeyer, for your support, not just of your Florida Highway Patrol, but of law enforcement in Florida. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we've got the best law enforcement in the country. You know, our leaders in Florida, we know full well what it means to put the badge on every day, knowing full well that it could be your last. And that line between right and wrong, good and bad, it is a heartbeat. It's people that put their lives on the line to keep our families safe. And we're going to fight as much as we can to keep Florida the safest state in the union. Last but not least, Florida's public safety czar, Larry Keefe.
Mr. Beanie.
Good morning. I'm going to sort of dovetail off Colonel Howe's remarks a moment ago about every law enforcement officer, fed, state, local, behind that badge is a heartbeat and is a real person that goes home after their shift, hopefully. They're always at risk whenever they go out. So I'm going to speak and direct my remarks and focus my remarks today on the families of the law enforcement officers, and also the time when they're not out on an operation or a mission, and give you my perspectives on those to kind of overlay on the things that you've already heard. I have a son who's a federal law enforcement officer. I had a brother who was a Florida police officer. I have some experience or frame of reference with the concern and worry that's always there. There's something very special and very different in a very important way about the families of our military, people who serve in the military, and our law enforcement officers. There's just something special and unique and just extraordinarily honorable about that. And that's because of particularly good reason, and that's because they are special and different. And to, at least from my perspective on appreciating the specialness and and why they are different, is related to the overall notion of what I call the blue line of law enforcement.
Thin blue line.
From complete anarchy and chaos in order and structure and predictability, so we can live our lives, so we can educate our children, raise our families, worship freely as we wish. And really, at the end of the day, the only thing separating us from one or the other, order or chaos, is that blue line. And I saw in the sheriff's office a flag with the blue line, and it is exactly that. But unfortunately, it's a very thin blue line that separates us.
There it is.
Separates those two things, order and chaos. And that, in my perspective, enables everything else: education, transportation, economics, all those other things, all the things that make up our lives. If you don't have the predictability and the ability to wake up each day and know that you can go about your lives and go about your business with that trust of stability, that means everything. The Attorney General has on his challenge coin the words safe, strong, and free. All of us are able to live safe, strong, and free, at least in the state of Florida, because of that thin blue line. Well, as everyone has mentioned and everyone's spoken of and everyone has seen in the news recently, it reminds us of the summer of 2020 with the riots and the chaos and the burning and the disruption and the disorder. All of those things seem to be being revisited upon us. And the way I look at that is there are people who, a fair election, they're not successful at imposing their worldview through a fair election. They're not effective at formulating their message and conveying their message of their worldview via peaceful protest, as the sheriff pointed out, which is sacred protective activity in this country. But what these people seek to do is impose their will on you and our country through rioting, through acts of terror, fear, intimidation. in those things. And we've seen that visited upon cities and shutting down roadways.
This guy
to
sucks
disrupt
at
and
giving
interrupt your life.
speech.
Mentioned that New York Times sort of pseudo endorsement today. I mean, I thought it was
Oh
interesting.
shit! What
They
time's the
basically
debate?
surveyed
What
a
time is
bunch
the
of
debate?
sort of
Yo,
prominent
what
New
time is
Yorker
the
civic
debate?
leaders and asked them who they preferred, and 7 out of the 15 said that they preferred Brad Lander. So it's not quite an official newspaper endorsement, but this is something that he's going to tout on the campaign trail. And we saw what happened 4 years ago. Catherine Garcia got the Times endorsement, and it catapulted her nearly to the front of the pack.
Yeah, he's already touting it on the campaign trail. He had a press conference today, but it is not. We should clarify to our viewers, it's not a New York Times endorsement.
It's the
New York
final
Times
debate.
has decided to no longer endorse in local races. A lot of people can take a bit of grief with that issue. We know the candidates certainly do. They are very upset about the fact that the New York Times is not weighing in here because of how instrumental it was back in 2021 for Catherine Garcia. At the time in 2021, I was covering her campaign. Nobody thought she was really going anywhere. She was the sanitation commissioner. People were surprised that she was even running.
shit,
and
they're
then,
taking the
boom,
stage now.
One day on a Sunday, the New York Times came out for Catherine Garcia. It changed the entire race, and she became this close to becoming mayor of New York City. It was 7,000 votes. Lander's going to try to use this and push this forward with the same momentum, but it just,
just so you
it's
know,
not the same. The
second
New York
and
Times has
final New
decided
York
not
City
to weigh
mayoral
in.
debate
It's
is
not the
about to
same,
start.
but I do think it sort of starts to get into the inside baseball territory. Like,
Yeah,
we
I
know
mean,
it's not the same. We're
it's,
watching it
I
each
think
and
it
every
starts
day.
at
But
7. Like, they're
if
literally
you're a New York
taking the
Times
stage right
subscriber
now.
and you have been waiting for them to give, their seal of approval to a candidate, are you parsing whether or not
if
it
you
was
want,
the editorial
would you wanna
board
watch
or
it
this
with me on
panel?
stream?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It will be very interesting to see. I think this is an experiment that the New York
I know,
Times
but it's
is
just watching-
engaging
it's
in.
just watching a fucking debate.
I would have certainly like to see them do a full-throated endorsement. I'm sure the candidates would have liked it a lot sooner as well. But I do think it's a test, and I do think it will be hard for the candidates on stage tonight to explain it the way you just did. If Lander does proclaim that he is the New York Times editorial panel endorsed candidate, how do you take that away?
Greg, you're shaking your head. You don't think this matters.
I don't think endorsements have the weight that they
Right now,
did
there's like
even 4 years
214
ago.
people, but I just
Why?
changed the title to
because
the
there is
NYC
an
mayoral
absolute
debate.
cataract of content that is shot
I mean,
in
dead
everybody's
ass, like, man, all you
phone
can-
every
you just watch it
moment
together.
that it
Just
just
fucking
doesn't have
watching
the
a
impact
debate.
that
It's
it
not a
used to
problem.
have. And again, I agree with you that they make a distinction between
do you wanna- are you
7
grabbing food then?
people. Brad Lander definitely
What do you
has 7
mean, sure?
votes. I can say that definitively.
The timing on this, though, is tricky. There is a little bit of indication in some of the polling that Lander's got a little bit of momentum. He's clearly sort of in 3rd place. But Adrian
Why do
Adams
we
also
care for
just
this
went up
debate?
on air
Dude,
because
it's a
she
New
was
York
late
City
into the race
mayoral
and just
debate,
got her
and
public
Zohran
matching
Mamdani
funds.
is
I think we're
socialist,
going to see some
is
very
like
interesting
leading.
polling at the
He
beginning
may
of next
actually
week.
win
Early
this
voting will
thing.
have already begun. But in this final week, 10 days, I think we're going to see some indications that things have shifted. Even in one of the polls that came out this week, not necessarily indicative of exactly where the race is at. In the next to last round, Lander was within 3 points of Mamdani for who would go on to be against Cuomo in the final round. There's a lot of potential movement here, and I think the question of whether Cuomo's numbers come down further in these polls to come is really something worth watching, because that's some of the trend here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, even in some of the, the internal polls have been flying around. People are putting out tons of polls about how he's the winner, she's the winner.
Why
et
vote for
cetera.
a
But the
communist? Dude,
last legitimate
socialism
poll
and
that was out there
communism are not
was
the
from
same
Emerson
fucking thing.
College a
And
couple
also,
of weeks
I'm a
ago,
socialist.
And it said that Andrew Cuomo's unfavorable.
So Chris wants Cuomo to win? Are you guys fucking stupid? I fucking
Everyone in
hate
New York
Andrew
City,
Cuomo.
I would
You
think
guys are rage
mostly
baiting me
everyone in New
now.
York City knows who Andrew
You
Cuomo
guys are
is.
rage baiting
So how
me.
do you even change any of those minds?
Well, that leaves 53%. If all
That's true.
53% rank him ahead of Mamdani, then he's in good shape. Adrian Adams, by the way, there was this weird episode yesterday where she put out a post on social media attacking Mamdani, sort of, and then took it down, but then later said that she still sort of stood by it. Meanwhile, Mamdani actually encouraged people to give her money. So I don't really know whether she's decided whether to attack him or not.
Her team had said that she did not write this tweet. Basically, it was a video of Mamdani on MSNBC a couple of days ago saying that ICE should be abolished.
That's worth watching tonight.
Yeah.
Adrian Adams, Mamdani.
I don't know if Cuomo's going to
All
win,
right, guys,
dude. Cuomo and
that's gonna
Zohran
do
are
it
neck and
for
neck.
Now we are going to head to John Jay College in just a minute. You can join us online at ny1.com or on the Spectrum News app during the debate. Courtney, Bernadette Hogan, and I will be live blogging our commentary throughout, and let us know your thoughts using the hashtag NY1Debate. And we will all be back at 9 o'clock as soon as the debate wraps up for our post-debate special with reaction from the candidates and our own analysis. Now here is Errol Lewis, Brian Lair, and Katie Honan with the candidates at John Jay College.
Why would socialism destroy New York City, Kraken?
I mean,
Good evening. Welcome to the final Democratic primary debate in the race for mayor of New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor for Spectrum News New York.
Socialism work anywhere? Norwegian countries. And also the American government, the Western world, has destroyed every single socialist nation that has ever attempted to become socialist. There are also many successful socialist nations.
Katie Honan of the news organization The City. The candidates have been making their pitches to New Yorkers for months now, and we are only hours away from the start of early voting across the 5 boroughs, starting on Saturday.
Over the next 2 hours, you're going to hear from the 7 leading Democratic candidates on their proposals on issues directly affecting the lives of New Yorkers. A reminder that the mayoralty is currently held by Eric Adams, who has withdrawn from the Democratic primary and is running in the November general election as an independent candidate. Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City Campaign Finance Board, the city agency that administers the Public Matching Funds program. It's also sponsored by Spectrum News New York 1, WNYC Gothamist, and The City, and Spectrum Noticias. And our co-sponsors are John Jay College of Criminal Justice, the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY, the Center for New York City and State Law at New York Law School, and the Museum of the City of New York. And you can watch
no Iranian, they do not recognize that those are socialists.
NY1.com. It's also being broadcast on NYC TV, WNYC Radio,
you manufacture consent through propaganda,
YouTube page, and C-SPAN, and in Spanish on Spectrum Noticias and YouTube.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a polling or fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board in order to take part in the debate. In alphabetical order, Adrienne Adams is the City Council Speaker representing parts of Southeast Queens. Andrew Cuomo previously served as governor of the state of New York. Brad Lander is the New York City Comptroller. Zohran Mamdani is a state assembly member representing parts of Queens. Zelnor Myrie is a state senator representing parts of Brooklyn.
We love Zohran!
Scott Stringer is a former city comptroller and Manhattan borough president. And Whitney Tilson is a former hedge fund manager who helped create Teach for America.
Now for the rules. The rules that you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds. Answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds, with a chance for rebuttals at the discretion of the moderator. And candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question during our cross-examination round. We're going to begin with opening statements. The order was determined by a random drawing this morning, and so we'll begin with Scott Stringer. Good evening.
Well, good evening. Look, I love New York City. I was born and raised here, and I believe the future of this city can be limitless. But let's face it, people are feeling that it's getting tougher to live here. People who built our neighborhoods are leaving the city. Young people who want to lay down roots here do not see enough opportunity. I say enough is enough. We need a mayor who has experience. We need a mayor who has competence, and a mayor who has a
bad
vision
because
to
he gets
build
all
affordable
these
housing,
fucking $1
to
million
enact
donations
universal
from giant
childcare,
corporations,
to
and he's
build a
friends
public
with
school
fucking
system
Trump.
so that kids can thrive. I've seen
He's a
the
rich
best
piece
of
of
this
shit.
city
He's never
in
given a
every
fuck about the
neighborhood,
city. He's
as
also a
controller,
political
as
dynasty.
A borough president, as a state legislator, and I know that right now at this moment,
Also
we need
sexually
somebody
harass, like,
who
12
has the
people.
ability to make sure this city can rise again, and I'm going to do it.
Okay, next is Eleanor Myrie.
This morning, I was on Flatbush Avenue getting my hair cut so I could be fresh for this debate. And one of my constituents walked in and didn't talk to me about politics. She said, "What are you going to do to fight for immigrants like me and my husband?" I got on the train as I left, and I ran into a mother who said, "What are you going to do to fight to help make our schools world class?" So here's the thing. You're going to hear a lot of promises, a lot of nice and cute things on the stage tonight. But when you put your head to the pillow, you want a mayor that is going to fight to keep your family safe, fight to keep that roof over your head, and fight to give you opportunity. I know that because that's what I think about every single day. And I'm ready to put the gloves on as the next mayor to fight to make that a reality.
Thank you. Next candidate is Whitney Tilson.
Good evening. I'm Whitney Tilson, and I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman and philanthropist, and I entered this race because I love this city, but right now it's a mess. It's not talent that we lack. We've got the best and brightest, nor money. We spend double that of any other city in the world. It's leadership, and we can't afford amateur hour in City Hall anymore. It is rightly said that being job of mayor of this complex, enormous city is the second hardest job in the world. That's why we need a mayor who's experienced, competent, and can get things done, not a social media phenom with cute videos. Someone who
He's
can
talking about
balance the
Zoran
budget
there.
and make
These guys
tough
fucking
choices,
hate Zoran.
not pie-in-the-sky promises that there's no realistic plan to pay for, and someone who will keep us safe by ending chaos, not inciting it, by supporting law enforcement, and by not threatening
Kraken,
to defund
why don't you
and
get
dismantle
Trump's
our police.
dick out of your mouth,
I will be
bro?
that mayor,
Jesus
and so I'm asking for your
Christ,
vote.
that's so
Thank you.
fucking cringy.
Okay, our next candidate is Adrienne Adams.
Thank you very much. My name is Adrienne Adams, and I'm running for mayor because I'm an everyday New Yorker, just like all of you are. When I open my front door, I see what every New Yorker sees, and that is we are in need of a change. I raised 4 children in Southeast Queens in the same home that we live in. I buy my own groceries, so I know the costs of groceries for everyday New Yorkers. Look, as the leader of the city council leading the most diverse city council in the history, led by a women majority, I realize what leadership truly is. I'm already doing the job. I have successfully negotiated 3 city budgets. I'm now in the middle of negotiating
I'm going to be
my
speaking
4th
over the
city
candidates
budget.
a lot.
I continue to lead and step in where our current mayor has not, where we have fought through the city council budget cuts. We have saved public libraries and pre-K. I'm Adrienne Adams, already doing the job, asking you to rank me #1 to be the first woman mayor of the city of New York.
Next candidate is Brad Lander.
If you watched last week's debate, you already know I'm not the flashiest candidate in this race. I don't have a famous father. I'm not the best at TikTok. My daughter's here. All her videos do better than mine. But I love this city. I believe in its future, and I know how to make government work
Bro,
better.
why does Israel
As controller,
own
I've
New
saved
York City? Can you
taxpayers
answer
over
that, bro?
$2 billion, canceled corrupt contracts, managed the pension funds to record highs. I've built or saved over 50,000 affordable homes. As mayor, I'll deliver 500,000 more. That's why today the New York Times opinion panel said I'm the best choice for mayor. I've got the public integrity that New Yorkers deserve, the progressive values that New Yorkers share, and the management chops to deliver on them.
Next is Zoran Mamdani.
My name is Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani, and I am running to make the city affordable. I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich.
Fuck
the
yeah.
same billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House, the same ones who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign.
Fuck yeah.
Like many New Yorkers, I wasn't born in this country, but I grew up in this city, and it's one that we're in danger of losing. We're under attack from authoritarianism from the outside and an affordability crisis from the inside. Yet if you turned on your television 20 years ago, you'd have heard the same tired, failed policies you'll hear from politicians tonight. It's time for a new generation of leadership. And that's exactly what my campaign is building. A movement of more than 36,000 volunteers who have knocked on nearly 1 million doors and left us just 2 points away from City Hall. So join
Including
us,
Avi.
and let's win a New York you can afford.
Fuck yeah, Zoran.
Next is
Woo! Zoran! Zoran!
Good evening.
Zoran!
And thank you all very much for having me here today.
Chat, boo this
I
man.
do have a
Boo this man.
very famous parent who I'm
Boo
very
this
proud
man.
of,
Boo
Matilda
this man.
Cuomo, and I hope she's watching. Everyone has a plan, as you've heard. Everyone always has a plan. That's always the way. But the question for tonight is, who has the ability to get the job done? That's really the question. Who can build housing? I built housing across the nation as HUD secretary. I built LaGuardia Airport, Kosciuszko Bridge, 2nd Avenue subway, and more. Who can do public safety? While my colleagues were defunding the police, I was adding more police. Who can manage the city? I manage the state that has double the budget of New York City. And who can take on Donald Trump? That is the big question.
You can take his dick in your mouth.
He sent troops into cities all across this country, but he never sent them into New York when I was there, and he never will when I am mayor. A job looks easy when you haven't done it. Experience matters. I will get the job done. I will work for you 24/7.
Thank you for your opening statements, candidates. Mr. Cuomo, many New Yorkers are concerned about what's happening in Los Angeles. Workplace immigration raids and deportations, protests with some violence, the president's deployment of the National Guard and the Marines over the objection of the governor and the mayor. The Trump aide Stephen Miller said the mayor has no say. If you were mayor of New York right now, how would you handle this situation if something like that happened here?
Yeah, we had this situation before, right? This is not a case of first impression. President Trump did this and Trump won. He did it a number of times. He sent troops into cities all across the country. This is him being macho, authoritarianism. He's the commander-in-chief. He never sent them into New York because I said to him, you better never send troops into New York.
Bullshit.
We don't need them. It would be a hostile act. It would be a problem. Right now, in this situation, we're going to protect our immigrants. This is a sanctuary city, and we are going to defend the laws of the sanctuary city. We have an NYPD that is the largest police force in the United States of America. Donald Trump only picks fights that he can win. He cannot win a fight with me as mayor of New York.
Mr. Mamdani,
I bet he could pay you
so far?
You know, what is so troubling to see right now is we also have the NYPD assisting ICE in some of those very missions right here in New York City. We saw the Strategic Response Group arrest a pastor who was peacefully observing the arrest of a migrant at Federal Plaza. When I am the mayor, the NYPD will serve public safety of New Yorkers. They will not assist Trump's ICE agents. And furthermore, though Donald Trump may not believe in the law, we have to be clear that we do, and we will in fact bring back our law department to its pre-pandemic staffing levels, 200 additional lawyers, and start to provide lawyers for immigrants who are in deportation cases, because we know that by doing so, we in fact increase their likelihood of coming home to their families in New York City by 11 times. Finally, we can see examples in previous mayoral administrations where the mayor's team, like Steve Banks and the last administration, took every single step they could to ensure that none of the personal information the city had would be turned over to the Trump administration. I would follow that example through all of our agencies.
Hell yeah.
Ms.
Look at that applause.
Ms. Adams, staying on this topic, but with kind of a
crowd loves Zoran.
If the president sees what he thinks is disorder in the streets and believes that local and state law enforcement officials are not doing a good job at protecting citizens and property, why shouldn't he step in? His supporters say that's his responsibility.
We are right now dealing with a lawless president enacting lawless behavior across this entire nation. As one who continues to speak up and out against Donald Trump, currently Donald Trump would like to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014. Through an executive order put forth by the deputy mayor of the city of New York, not the mayor of the city of New York, which is unprecedented. They want to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island. And the person that is endorsing me, she is the baddest AG in the nation. Her name is Tish James. She said, Adrian, if Donald Trump starts to get in your way, sue him. So I am suing him. I am suing the mayoral administration and Donald Trump's ICE. We will continue to protect immigrants when I am mayor, just like I am protecting them as the leader of the city council. We will make sure that Donald Trump's ICE obeys the law. We are a sanctuary city. I am here to protect that in the city council. And when I am mayor, I will continue to protect our laws and our immigrants.
Mr. Lander, continuing on the same track, But if the president says the mayor has no say, which seems to be the case because he did deploy the Marines and the National Guard, what would you do? What could you do?
Let me tell you about how the mayor could have a say. Last Thursday and again this morning, I went down to the federal building to observe immigration court and then accompany immigrants out past ICE agents so they could get out of the federal building and back to their families. One was a couple with kids in our city school system. They were worried they weren't going to see them again. So I stand up to bullies. I don't back down from a fight. And I will make clear that we're going to protect the 40% of New Yorkers who are immigrants, and we're going to keep them safe, and we're going to keep New York City safe. You can de-escalate conflict. What Trump wants is to strike fear and escalate conflict. We're going to make clear we stand up for immigrant New Yorkers, and we de-escalate and keep the peace. I do want to tell you, though, about some immigrant New Yorkers that Andrew Cuomo screwed when he was governor, and we're defending in my office. A couple of hundred immigrant subway cleaners who he made clean the subway cars but cheated out of the prevailing wages and health care that they were due.
You can't say Andrew Cuomo screwed someone without implying that he fucked them.
I stand up to bullies, and I'll stand up to Donald Trump.
Mr. Cuomo, you were named, so we may not be able to do this every time all night, but you were named, so you get a brief response.
I don't know what Mr. Lander is talking about. The MTA contracted for cleaning services. I assume that's what he's talking about. The MTA goes through a rigorous contracting process. They should never have hired illegal immigrants if it is true. But obviously, I had nothing to do with them hiring anyone.
I'm sorry, is that what you said? What did you call them?
If anyone was undocumented or they didn't pay the proper wages, I had nothing to do with it. It would have been done through the MTA.
You didn't pay them the proper wages. You cheated them out of the prevailing wages they were due and the health care they were due.
I didn't contract with them at all.
Fuck you, Cuomo.
MTA contracted with
Appoints
them.
the chair of the MTA.
Oh, I see. So every contract that the MTA contracts, you want me to be held responsible?
This one, yes, because a couple of hundred immigrant workers got cheated out of $2.5 million and their health care, and the orders came from on high.
Yeah, so you say. If they did it, that would obviously be wrong. The MTA contracts for $6 billion per year. They have multiple contracts. We have a controller on the state of New York who audits the books. I'm sure he's almost as good as you. And if that happened, he would have found out.
Thankfully, these are prevailing wage workers under city contracts.
But
everybody
still
has
on
one
President
agreement,
Trump,
which is fuck
and
Andrew
Mr. Stringer,
Cuomo.
you can reply to that if you want. But my moving on question is, his administration has made deep cuts to some programs that directly fund services for New Yorkers. A listener to my radio show asks, how do you propose addressing funding shortfalls for critical services, or which programs will you prioritize above others, assuming you can't make up for all the funding gaps? And please tell everybody how you think your approach would be better than the other candidates.
Sure, Brian. Well, look, I was in Trump 1 when I was a city controller. And during that time period, I didn't let him get this city down. During my time, I managed to divest $4 billion from fossil fuels controller. I divested from gun manufacturers. I divested from private prisons. I put the line in the sand with that guy, and I will do the same as mayor. Look, when you grow up in Washington Heights, everything comes your way. And you understand the only way to deal with as a bully is to draw the line early and fight back. So here's specifically what I'm going to do. First, as mayor, we're going to establish a very, very rainy day fund. We need to get $500 million from the state and $500 million from the city so that we can continue to replenish the money that Donald Trump is taking from us. $80 million was taken in the dead of night. We need to keep the social safety net alive until Hakeem Jeffries becomes the speaker and we can dismantle the Trump organization. Just 2 seconds, just to straighten out the two of them. I was the one who brought the prevailing case with the MTA on those workers, and I believe very strongly then that we have to make sure that we pay wages so people can live and stay in New York, and that's why I did it.
Mr. Myrie,
good fucking
Mr. Myrie,
answer.
same question about dealing with the defunding of the city.
First let me put my lawyer hat on for a second. What Donald Trump is doing right now is flat out unconstitutional, and we got to say that very clearly because they are counting on the chaos being normal. They're counting on us being relaxed about this approach because we see it in the headlines every day. It is flat out unconstitutional, and we should not, as a city, hesitate whatsoever to bring it to him when he's coming after our folks in this city. So look, I want to hire 50 more lawyers to our law department so we can go on the offensive. And the best way for us to be independent of the Trump cuts is to expand our tax base. That is why I want to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. It's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K to 6 p.m. It is why I want universal after school for everyone. This has to be a city where you can raise a family, where people can make the choice to stay here, when they can spend their money in our local economy. We can create $18 billion over the next 10 years if we create 1 million homes over the next decade. That is what I plan to do, and I plan to go on offense every single time this bully comes after my city.
Mr. Tilson, Mr. Tilson, you'll get the last word on this. People are talking about standing up to President Trump. Can it ever be smart, in your opinion, to hold your tongue about your worst opinions of him so that New York could possibly get better treatment, or would that not be effective?
Yes, possibly. There's a grim anniversary coming up on Tuesday. It is the 10-year anniversary of Trump coming down that escalator, spewing hatred and xenophobia, and I've been fighting him tooth and nail every day of those 10 years. That said, he is a childish bully, and getting into a Twitter war with him needlessly would hurt our city, I think. He tweets a lot of crazy stuff, and most of the time, if you simply ignore it,
I think the only people up there that'll fight against Trump are
his
Zoran
next childish
and
foolishness.
I forgot the other guy's name.
To your question, I will fight Donald Trump as mayor, stand up to him, sue him if necessary, but my job is to serve the people of New York, and that sometimes involves not provoking a childish person, but one who unfortunately holds a lot of power, and our 10% of our city budget is federal funding.
Candidates, thank you for this first round.
Okay, candidates, some of you have many years of government experience, while others have spent less than a decade in office. One of you has never been elected to any office. So, and then if we consider age, one of you would be, if elected, the oldest person ever to be sworn in as mayor, while another would be the youngest mayor to take office in more than 100 years. So let me start with you, Mr. Mamdani. What do you say to critics who think that a 33-year-old assemblyman who's only been in office 4 years needs more experience before becoming mayor of the largest city in the country?
What I would ask is for them to judge me by the campaign that I am running. A campaign we began with about 2 full-time employees polling at 1% that has now grown to be one where we manage over 36,000 volunteers that have knocked on nearly 1 million doors. And ultimately, what I will deliver to New York City is what I've been delivering in this race: innovation and competence. And I will do so by hiring the best and the brightest. Because for too long, we've had an understanding of leadership where you simply want to replicate each one of your ideas and hire the people who will be quickest to say yes to whatever you say to them. I will instead hire the people who have the track records, the excellence, the fluency. And it has been a pleasure to meet with incredible officials like Maria Torres Springer, like Patrick Gaspard, like Steve Banks, like Amit Baga, so many who have delivered that public service and that public excellence in this city. And that is what I would be doing as the next mayor of this city of New York.
Mr. Myrie, similar question. What would you say to New Yorkers concerned that your legislative record, however lengthy, is not the same as running an organization of 300,000 employees?
Listen, I think New Yorkers want a mayor that is going to deliver results for them, and to do it when it is difficult to achieve. I've passed over 60 bills that have become the law. But when I ran for state senate back in 2018, Albany was dysfunctional. Some rogue Democrats, propped up by Andrew Cuomo, prevented so many legislation that would help everyday New Yorkers, whether it was protection for tenants, whether it was reproductive health, whether it was climate legislation, whether it was your right to be safe in your neighborhood.
I'm gonna go grab some
and
water.
On day one in the state senate, I passed something called early voting, which all of us are going to participate in on this Saturday. So I am about the results and about the work. I have built coalition. I have listened to stakeholders. I've done really difficult things. That is the job of the mayor, to get everyone at the table and to achieve something that people said was impossible. I've been in the business of delivering for the people of my district. I look forward to doing the same thing for the people of New York City.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo, if elected, you would be the oldest person ever sworn in as mayor. If you served 2 full terms, you'd be 76 years old upon leaving office.
Is somebody in their 70s the ideal age for holding the second hardest job in America? Let's do one term at a time if we can. I think you raise a very important point. Experience matters, and I think inexperience is dangerous in this case. Mr. Mamdani has had a staff of 5 people. You're now going to run a staff of 300,000 employees. He's never dealt with the city council. He's never dealt with the Congress. He's never dealt with the state legislature. He's never negotiated with the union. He's never built anything. He's never dealt with a natural emergency. He's never dealt with a hurricane, with a flood, etc. He's never done any of the essentials, and now you have Donald Trump on top of all of that, and he's never dealt with what I think is the greatest national threat that we face in this president. To put a person in this seat at this time with no experience is reckless and dangerous. To Mr. Lander and his experience, remember, this was the fiscal watchdog under the Eric Adams administration, which was like the bookkeeper at Tammany Hall.
Mr. Mamdani. To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it because we got to get it right.
Yeah.
Mr. Lander.
May I respond?
My response, or is this my 60 seconds on the question?
Let Mr. Lander speak, and then you can respond to both.
Okay. Just to be clear, is this my response to Andrew, or is this my 60 seconds on experience?
This is your response if you choose.
Thank you. So I've gotten so many Eric Adams contracts canceled, we can't keep track. He tried to put a $432 million no-bid crony contract, and we audited it, and we got it canceled. We have done it time and time again. Andrew knows a lot about corruption. That's part of the experience he had. He created a corruption commission and then killed it as soon as it got too close to him. But his senior aides had to resign in corruption disgrace. And let's be clear, he has experience. But leadership is not inviting 25-year-old young women into your office, as he admitted he did, and then asking them about their intimate life and whether they would date older men. I lead by building the best teams, not through sexual harassment, corruption, and disgrace.
Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Mamdani's right. He's never done anything, period.
Mr. Mamdani.
This is a man who
Mamdani. Just say the name right, Mamdani.
This is a man who has
not
done
rewinding.
Nothing.
I'm not rewinding.
He's accomplished nothing. 3 bills are all he passed. He has the worst attendance record in the New York State Assembly. He has never held a real job. He has 0 accomplishments.
I want to be very
clear. And now he thinks he's going to be ready to be mayor of the city of New York. It is laughable. It is laughable, and it is dangerous.
I want Mr. Cuomo to look out into the crowd and look at Richard Chow, who lost his brother to suicide because of the taxi driver debt crisis. I went with Mr. Chow over many, many months organizing to push this very city to finally reckon with its complicity in that, and we won $450 million in debt relief. And I want you to look at him and tell him that that's nothing. Okay,
let's move to
Mr. Stringer. Yeah.
Just cut right to chase and tell what's really going on here. So, truth be told, experience matters. And Andrew Cuomo has experience. I know that. He does. But vision matters. And Mamdani, said it right? Mamdani,
almost there.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Almost there.
But you have the vision, and you have articulated it during the campaign. The problem is we need somebody who can do both. And my experience and my vision, when you combine it, is the third lane to win this race, and that's what we have to do.
They're laughing at him.
We cannot have a mayoralty on training wheels, but we also have to have a mayor who's willing to go to town hall meetings, to meet with the voters where they are. And that hasn't happened with the experienced candidate. Now, one last thing. Every job I've had, state legislator, I introduced rules of reform in the Assembly and got it passed. As Manhattan Borough President, I actually built affordable housing. I didn't do 1 or 2 rezonings. I did that as my life's work and made a difference. As controller, I built the best controller's office that Brad Lander takes credit for, and I'm proud of that.
Okay, fair enough. I want to bring Ms. Adams into the conversation. Ms. Adams, your private sector experience involved finding and training corporate leaders. Government, however, involves working with people who are independently elected, maybe politically connected, who cannot be bypassed, cannot be fired. How do you avoid falling into the trap of catering to vested interests at the expense, possibly, of the public interest?
Well, in the words of Scott Stringer, let's just cut to the chase. As the only candidate currently doing this work that everyone is aspiring to do, as co-leader in city government and city hall already, as one that has walked up those steps of city hall for almost 10 years, as the one that is leading one of the largest legislative bodies in the entire country, as one that has seen 120,000 units of affordable housing coming up in the city, as one who has championed the largest victory for affordable housing in a generation, as one that is already doing this work, as one that has taken private skills from the private sector in management. I have trained people that will make more money than I will ever make in a lifetime. And bringing those skills with me into the public sector, into the New York City Council, now leading a body of 50 council members as the one with the experience ready to go to work tomorrow, because where I work is where everyone else on this stage aspires to work, in City Hall in Adrian Adams, New York.
Okay. I have a question for you, Mr. Tilson, related to this discussion. You have frequently said on the campaign trail that, quote, career politicians have caused many of the city's problems or made them worse. You said tonight, in fact, that this is no time for amateur hour. Explain why a lack of experience running a city agency would make you a better manager than some of your rivals here.
It's Mamdani.
I actually view not being a politician as a feature, not a bug. It is possible to hire people into administration, of course, who have the experience of running a big bureaucracy. I would point to Mike Bloomberg as my inspiration when I decided to run for mayor. He had never held elected office before. I think he was one of our greatest mayors. He steered us through the global financial crisis, and I believe that having someone like him, who I saw was independent of all the special interests, who in a low turnout off-season primary like what we're having right now, only 5% of New Yorkers of our total population is probably going to be enough to win the primary, and effectively, and certainly last time was enough to win the mayoralty. So I think we need a mayor who is independent of that inherently corrupting system, who doesn't need the job, who isn't angling for higher office, and who brings a business background, which I think is more relevant to managing one of the world's largest bureaucracies.
This guy's a fucking wet tissue. He's annoying and weird.
When New Yorkers are asked their top concerns, one of the biggest issues is always affordability, particularly the high cost of housing. Millions of New Yorkers in rent-stabilized apartments are currently awaiting a final ruling from the Rent Guidelines Board about how much they could pay more each month in rent. But first, we'll get to a crucial question about the production of housing. We want you, the candidates, to address New Yorkers with your top proposal to ease the housing crunch. And I'll start with you, Mr. Myrie. We know you've been vocal about a plan to build and preserve 1 million units of housing. You mentioned it earlier. Is that a realistic possibility given the current dynamics in the city?
Let me tell you what's real, Katie. People are leaving the city because they can't afford to stay here. They can't afford the rent, can't afford to own a home. Like me and my wife, who were looking to put down roots in the same neighborhood we grew up in, people are struggling. And we've had leaders of the past that have put their solutions forward, and things have only gotten worse. So yes, 1 million homes over the next 10 years, because we can't keep nibbling around the edges. That is the only way we're actually going to bring down the cost of housing. And listen, is it going to be challenging? Of course it's going to be challenging. But anything worth anything is going to be hard to do. We built the Empire State Building in 13 months, and we did it 100 years ago. Come on already. Of course we can do
No,
a
I know,
million
guys.
homes.
I know he bodied
I want to
him.
change our public land to be affordable housing. I want to convert our industrial areas to residential. We have commercial real estate space that is laying vacant that can be converted as well. We have opportunities to revitalize NYCHA. We got to be bold in this moment, but we need the leadership and the courage to get it done, and that's what I'm going to do.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, your housing model, your housing plan is to model a highly successful plan from the 1950s. You call it Mitchell-Lama 2.0. It sounds ideal, but how would you pay for this expansive plan?
Okay, this is where we just got to have an honest conversation. I get $1 million. I could easily say we could do 2.5 million given my experience. It's all, put that aside for a second. People need affordable housing now. They need low-income housing now. The way we do it is we take the 1,000 vacant lots I audited as controller, and we give that land back to the people, to not-for-profits, to limited profit developers. We don't ask the luxury developers to build the low-end and affordable housing we need. We get a generation of people to come in and build the tens of thousands of units of housing. See, it's not just about building housing. The second question, or the question that I care passionately about, is who are we building housing for? We got to build more housing, 2- 3-bedroom apartments for families so that after the second kid, they don't leave, they stay here. We need to do what we did with Mitchell-Lama housing, a housing stock that is the best practice in the world. We got to build more of that housing, integrated housing, because the people who moved into those buildings, you know what they did? They didn't just exist in those apartments. They built communities, schools, and daycare centers. And this is a promise I can keep while I'm alive, while I'm mayor, and we'll see what happens going forward. But let's do that immediately on day one when I'm mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Lander, as mayor, you declare a housing emergency which could help you build 500,000 homes, including on city-owned golf courses. How do you get the citywide support for this plan?
So the New York Times opinion panel today said I was the best choice for mayor because I combine clear and bold plans and a real track record of delivering. That is especially true on housing. In the neighborhood around the Gowanus Canal, when I was council member, I organized the community to support redevelopment. More housing, more affordable housing is going up there than anywhere else in the city, and the community's supporting it because it's coming with open space and affordable art studios, as well as 3,000 genuinely affordable homes. We're even fixing up the NYCHA units nearby. As controller, I saved the 35,000 rent-stabilized units that were put at risk when Signature Bank failed by investing to buy the mortgages on them. I know how to do this. I have a detailed plan for getting 500,000 units built. That's around the Interborough Express, where we've got new opportunities for transit-oriented development. And we can build great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 golf courses because people will be excited about courtyards for families, about daycare centers, about new schools and libraries, places they could own in neighborhoods they will love.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo, you were HUD secretary, you were governor for more than a decade, you managed a nonprofit housing organization. What would you say to voters who wonder if all that experience might end up being, in the end, the wrong experience, since after decades of work, we've ended up in a housing emergency here in the city?
Yeah, I would say, Errol, I would say look at the results, right? Everyone has a plan.
The results are horrendous.
I have a plan. Everyone has a plan. They had a plan to build LaGuardia Airport. Nobody did it until I did it. They had a plan to build a new Moynihan train station, but nobody could do it until I did it. They had a plan to finish the 2nd Avenue subway, but nobody could do it until I could do it. Now we have plans to build affordable housing, and we do need hundreds of thousands of units of affordable housing, there's no doubt, but we're going to need a different model. The city HPD does not work to create this volume. The state housing program does not work to create this volume. We're going to have to accelerate the ULERP program, and then we're going to have to open every option available. NYCHA units, office to residential conversion, every city-owned piece of property we have to look at, air rights, how do we maximize it? We are going to have a full-on assault to build affordable housing. And yes, it's one thing to have a plan. It's another thing to have the ability to do it. And that's where New York City has fallen down time and time again, not the managerial ability to complete a plan.
Ms.
What a
Adams,
whole lot of fucking
you mentioned
nothing by
the recent
Cuomo.
City of Yes rezoning that you were instrumental in helping to pass. It's supposed to create tens of thousands of units of housing, but the experience of past rezonings, like the one in downtown Brooklyn, suggests that it can take as long as 10 years or longer for rezonings to result in actual construction. If you're elected mayor, what would be your plan to get units built more quickly than that?
We're going to build it faster, and just to let Mr. Cuomo know, I've got a plan. It's already in the works. It is called the City of Yes, the City for All, something that I have already ushered in. So the work is already being done. We're hearing a lot of plans and policies, but this is something already, I'm already doing this work. We have already begun the works for the City for All, and in that proposal, it is the most aggressive rezoning proposal in a generation for this city, to build upwards of 82,000 affordable units for New Yorkers. We want to keep people here. I want my children to stay here. I'm an everyday New Yorker. I don't want them leaving because New York is not affordable for them. And so I have made sure that there is $5 billion that is put into the City for All proposal. So, Mr. Cuomo, we are going to take care of the HPD vacancies within that $5 billion. We're going to make sure that communities like mine in Southeast Queens are protected, infrastructure is protected. We're going to make sure that we've got extended and expanded access to City FEPS vouchers. We're going to make sure that there are repairs available for NYCHA residents and Mitchell-Lama residents. And we're going to make sure that homeowners also have access to funding to make sure that the homeowners have repairs. We won't have to look at foreclosure in the volume, and we don't have to look at deed theft in the volume. I'm already doing the work. I'm already there.
Thank you.
And still on housing, and to bring the last two of you into it, Mr. Tilson, you said in the last debate that your housing construction plan is the opposite of Mr. Mamdani's. More private sector, less public. Can you elaborate on that in your 60 seconds, and then we'll hear Mr. Mamdani argue for his approach?
Sure. If I were to summarize my plan in 4 words, it'd be unleash the private sector. That is the only way to rapidly build anything like the scale that we're talking about. I said it's the opposite of his plan because his plan is to spend $100 billion city dollars to build affordable housing. So my plan, I don't think this should take 10 years if you truly do it. And it's not just zoning regs. It's all the whole bureaucracy going through the city government agencies. It's going through the whole ULERT process.
This guy's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Austin,
He's a
Texas
fucking
is good
billionaire
example. Their rents went up,
technocrat, I can tell.
25% in the year 2021. The city leaped into action, quickly changed its zoning rules. They increased supply by 15% in 3 years, and rents dropped by 20%. I don't just want to stabilize rent. I think we can drop rents in this city. That's the objective. But right now, it's outrageous that businesses and real estate developers have to hire expediters to deal with the city bureaucracy. So it's a much bigger problem, and the mayor controls most or all of this.
Thank you. Mr. Mamdani.
I met a grandmother in a senior center in Brownsville, and she came up to me and told me that she'd been on a waiting list for 7 years for senior housing, and that she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to stay in the city any longer. The reason that my campaign is committed to building 200,000 truly affordable homes is because if we don't, we will lose the very New Yorkers who built this city. And we will lose them unless we rapidly scale up the programs we already have. Programs in HPD like SARA, Senior Affordable Rental Apartments, ELA, extremely low-level affordability, the very kind of programs that are built for the New Yorkers who are being priced out of the market. And we do this while also ensuring that it is easier to build even for the private sector. We end the requirement to build parking. We end this piecemeal approach that we've taken, instead having a city-wide comprehensive planning approach. These are the kinds of ways in which we can actually ensure that we start to build more than 4 houses per 1,000 people, that we actually start to get up to Jersey City and Tokyo and build the housing that's necessary in this city.
To finish this round, by a show of hands, I will translate for the radio audience, how many of you would support a rent-stabilized rent freeze this year? Hands up if you do.
Of course,
okay, the ones whose hands are up are Stringer, Myrie, Mamdani, and Lander. Not up.
State the question, please.
Those are awesome.
Your donors who gave you $2.5 million to freeze the rent.
In the rent stabilization system. This year, rent freeze this year. Yes or no, Mr. Cuomo?
Would I vote for a rent freeze this year?
Yes.
I'd leave it to the Rent Guidelines Board.
Who controls them? The mayor.
We appoint them. The law controls them. You should read it
Ms.
once in a
Adams, your
while.
hand
The law
was
didn't
not-
control you, did it?
You should read it.
Ms. Adams, your hand was not up, was it? Why not? Oh, it was raised.
There has to be a balance there,
so
though,
only
between the
Mr.
homeowners as well,
Tilson's
though.
hand was not up. Okay, that was a yes or no. And finally, also on a show of hands, on rent freeze or no, a listener to my show asks, would you be open to tying rent increases to landlord rates of return, their profits, rather than simply on 1 year's costs? Yes or no if you're open to tying the increases to profits rather than 1 year's cost increase. Who would say yes to that change or that proposal? I don't see any hands.
Brian, it is part of the formula already.
It's part of the formula.
It is part of the formula. Now, you look at a variety of factors, including net operating income relative to costs, as it should be.
Mr. Lanza is right. That is the law. You look at the costs that the landlord is incurring, and that's how you set the rent increase if you do.
But also the profits. The
Yes, but
profit margins.
Yeah, they do an economic analysis.
Yeah.
That's what the Rent
Okay.
Guidelines Board does.
Katie.
Thank you. And this question is for Mr. Cuomo because it did come up earlier. Many voters are grappling with how to
Thank you,
disqualify
Jebberl Funk.
you or not.
Appreciate the $5.
After the sexual harassment findings that led to your resignation as governor. How do you argue people should consider that factor? And we'll let the other candidates give their take.
Yeah, I would ask them to look at the facts and not the political rhetoric that you hear on this stage. I said when the report was issued, it was all political. That's what I said.
So every
And I
woman who
said
accused you of sexual
nothing
harassment
was
was just a
going to
political
come of it.
pawn?
4 years later, we've had 5 district attorneys, Democrat, Republicans, upstate, downstate. They've all looked at them. Nothing has come of them whatsoever. There has been one civil case that's been resolved. I was dropped from the case. So absolutely nothing has come except political fodder for my opponents and political fodder at the time.
Do any other candidates want to chime in?
Andrew, you admitted at the time that you called a 25-year-old staffer into your office and asked her questions about whether she'd had older partners and whether she was available, and intimated that you were looking for a partner. Everybody here knows that you sexually harassed women, that you created a toxic work environment. We're here with all these CUNY students, many of them young women. I went to the city college commencement. There's the valedictorian
for
is going to
Zohran
come work
Mamdani
at the Department of Homeless Services. I don't want to have to tell her, don't go work at City Hall because the mayor is a sexual harasser.
Those are just bold-faced lies.
You admitted
and you
it
know
at the time.
And it's frightening that you can look at a camera and lie
Right now, I'm
that
looking
easily.
at you. You admitted it at the time.
I never said that. I never said that.
What?
And by
Yes,
the
he
way,
did.
that has been totally
Yes, he did.
disproven.
No, it
by
hasn't.
Every court that has looked at it, every
Courts don't
legal
disprove
proceeding.
things. Everyone
yes,
knows.
yes, they do, sir.
They
A
don't.
report was issued. The DAs looked at it. They all disagree with you. I was dropped from the case. So those are the facts.
The Biden Justice Department and the Attorney General of the state of New York, and again, it was reported that you admitted at the time that it was a mistake to call that 25-year-old into your office. Folks can check the record.
And the
and
Attorney
folks
General
know if he worked for you, you would fire him.
Hang on. Attorney General's, just for me.
Just wrap up, yeah.
The Attorney General's report was determined by a court to be hearsay and not a finding at all.
Bullshit.
I understand Mr. Lander is just appalled.
The women Mr. Lander accused you of sexual harassment. That's what you're calling hearsay.
The district attorneys looked at all those complaints, and not a single case was
we're going in
brought.
circles. We're going to
Maybe
move on,
you know
candidates.
better than the facts.
Obvious that this is disqualifying.
Candidates?
The man resigned. Should be obvious.
No,
the problem is we do not get to address the issues that New Yorkers care about.
Yeah, that's just what we're going to do. That's just what we're going to do. Just hang on. We are done with this topic. We're going to move on to the next one, candidates. Let's talk about quality of life, concerns about disorder and public safety. The number of complaints about disorderly conduct in New York City have nearly tripled compared to the pre-pandemic year of 2018. Arrests for disorderly conduct have risen significantly, but New Yorkers still say they are less satisfied about their quality of life than in the past. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Lander. Do you want the NYPD to address quality of life violations, or is there some other way to do it? And how would you address concerns about quality of life without violating constitutional rights or opening the door to accusations of illegal profiling?
As mayor, my #1 priority will be to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. When I talk to people about what's influencing their quality of life, what would they like changed?
This
they
guy's
would
starting
like to be
to
able
rub
to
off
get
on
on
me,
the
but I like
subway
Zoran more.
and
Zoran's
feel
my
safer.
king.
Last week I talked about a friend whose middle school student was pushed to the ground by a mentally ill homeless person. But we don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors sleep on subway platforms and the sidewalks and stoops of our buildings. And yes, of course, NYPD have a role to play in keeping neighborhoods safe, getting guns off the street, but no amount of policing is going to connect a homeless mentally ill person to the housing and services that they actually need. The plan that will is called Housing First. It's working in Houston and Denver and Salt Lake City. We used it here to end street homelessness for veterans, and I will use it to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness, and that'll be a city with a dramatically better quality of life for everyone.
Okay. Mr. Stringer.
Let me try to answer your direct question, which is the issue of quality of life. And to me, as someone who has spent his entire life here, who's raising kids here,
I want to fix everything
people
at once.
do not want to live with trash. They don't want to live with broken sidewalks. They don't want a 311 system that can't resolve the basic day-to-day issues that New Yorkers face. We've gotten away from that kind of work. You know, swagger to me is different than swagger at City Hall today. Swagger means I feel satisfied when we help somebody get the services we need. How I'm going to do it specifically, we got to have a deputy mayor for quality of life and institute what I call quality stat, meaning there's a lot of agencies apart from the police that actually are responsible for the day-to-day running of the city and resolving complaints and issues. We need to measure that. We need to look at the data at 311. We need to do the follow-ups. I'm going to be the mayor in the Ed Koch mode that comes to town hall meetings and communities just like Ed did as controller, roll my sleeves up, go in front of hundreds of people and say, let me have it. What do you want? What's going on? And I will resolve the complaint in 24 hours. That's the kind of mayor that we need in this city to keep people here and to make sure that we become the beacon of the greatest city in the world.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I speak to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, what I hear time and time again are these very kinds of complaints. Complaints around the cleanliness of our streets, complaints around whether the parks that they love can actually be maintained. And so many of them come back to a mayoral administration that has underfunded city agencies time and time again, literally requesting to take garbage cans off of sidewalks. That's what we have had for the last 4 years. I'm proud to have been endorsed by DC 37, the single largest labor union representing municipal workers in this city. The people who run this city trust me to lead this city. And what I will do is fully fund each one of those agencies to ensure that we are not just providing public service, we're providing public excellence so that each and every New Yorker is finally receiving the quality of life that they deserve living in this city.
Okay. And so, Mr. Murray, really a lot of ways what I'm getting at is that the city government and a lot of voters, frankly, will reflexively reach for the NYPD as the best tool to handle what they perceive as disorder, which some people say is kind of a stepping stone towards crime or in some ways a precursor to it. What's your take on that and how would you handle it?
Yeah, let me first say, Scott, you got a little bit of swagger. You got some sneakers on today, so I don't want you to discount yourself.
By the way, I got it from you.
Yeah, all right, very good. So let me say this. Look, I walk the streets, I take the subways just like you do. And part of the reason that people are frustrated with politics is because you walk the streets, you take the subways, and then you listen to folks on this stage, and it's completely divorced from your reality. Here's what I want to do. I think we need police and clinician teams in our subways and our streets 24/7 to get people on a path to real recovery. New Yorkers are compassionate people, but we want to ensure that people are actually getting that help. So I want stabilization centers in every borough so that we can deliver that help. Public safety requires us to do two things. We understand that police officers are necessary, but we also have to invest in the things we know prevent crime and disorder in the first place. That's why I want 50,000 more summer youth jobs, so that it is universal. We have no young person on a waiting list. Stop telling our kids what not to do without giving them something to do. I want universal after school as well, so that we can have a safe place to be and have our families have a place where their children can stay.
Okay. Mr. Tilson.
I'm loving that everybody's adopting universal shit.
Yes,
Everybody
to answer your
deserves
question
this
directly
stuff.
about enforcing more quality of life issues. For example, I ride my bike almost every day in the city. The e-bikes are fast and dangerous, and we're riding up on the sidewalks, blowing through red lights, and cops started enforcing it, and I can tell you, being out there every day, they're now obeying the law. That is the kind of thing that contributes to the feeling of lack of safety. I will say that what I would not do is demonize the police by calling them wicked and corrupt, by threatening to defund and dismantle them, as Zoran has done. And we are at a 34-year low in the number of police officers. There's only one candidate on this stage, him, who has not said that he would try and build that number back up. So I think his Department of Community Safety, which he talks about, is just backdoor code word for continue to defund the police. They are demoralized, they are understaffed, we have created a revolving door where an officer at the Midtown North Precinct, very close to here, actually told me she is still filling out the paperwork for most of her arrests, and the criminal is back out onto the street before she's finished.
Did you want to respond?
I want to say it very clearly, because both Mr. Tilson and Andrew Cuomo's Republican billionaire donors have been lying about me on our television screens and right now. I will not defund the police. I will work with the police because I believe the police have a critical role to play in creating public service, public safety. And fundamentally, when I put together our proposal for the Department of Community Safety, it was built upon the many conversations I had with rank and file officers who had told me that they signed up to join the department to take on serious crimes. And yet what they were being asked to do is play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is part of the reason why 65% of crimes in the first quarter of this year are still not solved. We need to ensure police can focus on those crimes, and we have mental health professionals and social workers to address and tackle and resolve the mental health crisis and homelessness.
Okay, was it?
I just want to clarify, Whitney, did you not talk about my police retention plan, or you didn't?
Come on, Scott. Ms. Adams, I want to bring you in the conversation because you were at City Hall when the funding question came up that has been interpreted by some as defund the police. What was happening then in that particular session with that particular proposal? And if you're elected, what would you do about this question of where and when and if the police get involved in quality of life policing?
Thank you for asking the clarifying question, Errol, very much. The FY 2021 budget season was a very, very tough season for the New York City Council and, quite frankly, for the mayoral administration as well. We were still masked up in the pandemic, and New York City was very, very underfunded as a city. We were looking towards going in the hole, if you will. So several city agencies had to take a haircut. The NYPD was one of those agencies, as were many, many city agencies. Heck, the New York City Council, we had to take a haircut. So there was funding reallocation that happened across the board for New York City because of the pandemic. So, I mean, services were cut. Many folks out there realized that some of park services were cut and other services were cut as well, unfortunately. So that was the climate that we were in, quite frankly, during the pandemic season. As mayor, though, I know that New York City is fiscally found. Our issue right now is going to be Trump-proofing the New York City, Trump-proofing New York City, which I am doing right now as one who is negotiating the 4th New York City budget, something that no one else on this stage can say. And we've already put aside in reserves through my leadership on the council $1.9 billion to begin to protect the people of the city of New York from Donald Trump's harsh cuts. We want the administration to not match us, go above us. We're going to need to make sure that our resources are protected, that our nonprofits are protected, that our children, our seniors, our health care is protected. And as leader of the city council, I've already made a start in doing just that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, if we wonder why the people watching this are frustrated, is because of the disconnect of what they're hearing. They are afraid on the streets. They feel unsafe. You can quote statistics all day long. They get afraid walking into the subway. They get afraid walking down the street when they see a mentally ill homeless person. We did defund the police. We did. We cut $1 billion from the police. People on this stage said, defund the police. That was the chant. And $1 billion was taken from the police department. Mr. Mondami says he would dismantle the police. That's his expression. Mr. Lander said, I'll admit, progressives like me were slow to recognize the problems of crime and quality of life and mopeds.
See, it's not so difficult to take responsibility, is it?
That's what he said, that they were slow to realize the crime that people were living with. We have to get back to safety. I would add 5,000 police officers. Yes, we need mental health professionals who also help work with the mentally ill, and they're two totally separate things. But this city has to be safe. Opportunity for youth is part of it. But if people don't feel safe, Errol, they're not going to stay. End of story.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think New Yorkers want accountability. They want accountability when people commit crimes. They want accountability when officers use excessive force. They want accountability when top brass violate their office. And they want accountability from elected officials. So, yes, I said we were slow to reckon with rising disorder. Here's how I'm going to actually deliver it. You've never taken responsibility for one single thing you've done wrong in your entire life. Not one single thing. You should try it sometime.
Okay, Ms. Adams, real quick.
Every time,
I just want to clear up the whole defund mystery here that keeps on being used as far as the New York City Council and the FY 2021 budget is concerned. Let's just be clear. The budget is negotiated with the mayoral administration. The NYPD is a part of the mayoral administration, and the reallocation of funds was done with the knowledge of the NYPD, not in any far-off land, far, far away. I don't know how long you've been out of it, Mr. Cuomo, but it's been a while. So I just want to make sure that we are clear here tonight. Old slogans and scare tactics aren't going to make anybody in New York City safer.
Okay, candidates, thank you. Candidates, we're going to move on to our lightning round. That's where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to start with a show of hands one. Despite changes in technology, do you still have a Metro card in your wallet? Show of hands. Mr. Myrie, Mr. Cuomo, Ms. Adams still have the Metro card. God bless you. Let's go down. Name one department that you would make cuts to. We'll go right down the line. Mr. Tilson. Lightning.
There's so many to choose from.
Just one.
I think there's a lot of fat to cut in the DOE budget, but there are other areas I would invest more in.
DOE means Department of Education, not the Board of Elections.
Can't hear us at all?
Stringer.
What about now?
As controller, I identified efficiencies in every city agency to
make
them more run better and efficient. So it's not about cutting or targeting one agency. It's really about doing due diligence with all the agencies. Sorry
Mr. Myrie.
Yeah, I think New Yorkers experience city services every day. It's not about who has what. It's about how we're delivering. So I think it's important that we are efficient in that. I think we can shift some funding from the Economic Development Corporation to our city's general
Okay,
fund.
Mr. Mamdani.
I think we have to end our
both got
city's
pepperoni.
addiction to consulting and contracts. We're currently paying McKinsey millions of dollars to design a trash can.
Mr. Landon.
Last year, we paid out $2 billion in claims against the city. I'll put them on the books of city agencies so they have an incentive to reduce them. They can keep half the savings. It's hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's Mamdani! Mamdani! Say it!
I caught that part. I missed from 7:30 to now.
Top to bottom. That's what I think has to be done.
They're about to take the halfway
Where
point
would you start?
break, I think.
Shut the fuck up, Jack. I'll beat the fuck out of you, bitch boy.
I would start with HPD because that's one of the first jobs we
too
have
far
to start.
away.
Okay.
I know.
You know,
Trust me,
I'm
I
still
know.
negotiating the city budget, the only one on the stage that's doing this thing. So let's just be real about it. The mayor actually implemented pegs that took away head count for many, many city agencies. So I don't think that we're in the space right now to cut anything. We do need to reform and revamp city agencies. So what we need to do is take a look at, as was said, contracts. We've got a lot of bloated contracts out there, primarily because of the cronyism under Eric Adams.
In this lightning round, just 3 yes or no questions from me. Is it logistically possible, Ms. Adams first, to close Rikers by 2027? Yes or no?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
No, the law is a joke.
Mr. Lander?
Not a joke, but not by 2027 either.
Mr. Mamdani?
No, Eric Adams has made it functionally impossible.
Mr. Myrie?
No, but it needs to close.
Mr. Stringer?
No.
And Mr. Tilson?
No, not by 2032 either.
We'll go the other order on yes or no. Do you support an expansion of red light cameras, Mr. Tilson?
Absolutely.
Mr. Stringer?
Yes.
Absolutely, and I voted for it in Albany.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Mr. Mamdani?
Yes, and unlike Andrew Cuomo, I know you can't turn right on red in New York City.
Mr. Lander?
Yes, and with real accountability for drivers who do it.
Mr. Cuomo?
Yes.
Ms. Adams? And one more. We'll start in the middle with Mr. Mamdani. Have you ever voted for a Republican?
No.
Mr. Myrie?
I have not, but I voted for a Democrat that ended up caucusing with the Republicans. That's why I ran for state senate in the 2018.
Mr. Stringer?
That guy talks too much.
Ever voted for a Republican, Mr. Stringer?
Never in my life.
Mr. Tilson?
Sure, Bloomberg.
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Cuomo? No. And Mr. Lander?
Bloomberg
No.
convert?
This first question, it's a two-parter. I'll start with you, Mr. Tilson. What is your favorite park or playground in the city, and would you, as mayor, commit to at least 1% of the city budget going to the Parks Department?
D.C. either.
It's dangerous.
Yes, I raised 3 daughters in the city. They're now in their 20s. Shout out to my youngest, graduating from college in 2 days, actually. And I ran the Daddy Olympics in Central Park every day. We circled the park and had a number of favorite playgrounds. I'd say the favorite we called Playground Number 1, which is at 96th and 5th. And I've actually called for permanently making the parks budget 1% of the city budget, so it increases with the city's budget. Their parks are our gems.
Mr. Stringer.
Protect our parks.
1% for parks because every kid deserves outdoors, and we have got to make sure we fix all the parks, not just in wealthy communities. But look, my favorite park is where the kids want to play. So if it's on a basketball court, I'm there. If it's Central Park, I'm there. Rockefeller Park, I'm there. I have no decision making at this. It's all up to them.
Mr. Myrie.
My favorite park is Prospect Park, and my parents... Let's go, yeah, Prospect Park in the house. My parents are here in the audience with us, and it is where I learned how to ride a bike. It is where they took me throughout my childhood. So I absolutely would commit to 1% to our city's parks. It's a shame that we have not done that already.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would absolutely commit 1% of the city budget to the Parks Department. I'm proud to have done so over the course of this campaign, and I have to say that my favorite park is Astoria Park.
Mr. Lander.
Zellner Myrie is right on this question. Prospect Park is the best park in New York City, and my kids are here, and they played baseball and learned to ride their bikes, and I was just at the Celebrate Brooklyn concert opening. Yes, we'll do 1%, but we've got to focus it on the parks that need it most. I passed a law that helps us do that, and as mayor, I'll make sure we focus on those parks that have been way too long neglected.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
This
is the guy,
for the 1%,
that guy was
and I
endorsed by New York
also like
Times.
to see the private sector get involved with conservancies, not just Central Park. It's beautiful, it's Manhattan, but there are other boroughs also, Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx, Staten Island, etc. My favorite park is Cunningham Park. in Queens and 1%, but let's get conservancy set up for all the parks.
Ms. Adams.
We definitely have to get to the 1%. We've
I'm a
been fighting in the
Queens
council
boy.
for as long as I've been in the council to get there. My favorite park has to be Baisley Pond Park in Jamaica, Queens, of course. That's my district, my park. But we got to get rid of those Phragmites.
And this is a quick one. It's a 1- or 2-word answer. I'll start with you, Ms. Adams. Which borough have you spent the least amount of time in?
Staten Island.
Wrong.
Mr. Cuomo.
I would say Staten Island.
Mr. Lander.
Staten Island.
Mr. Mamdani.
The beacon of free transit, Staten Island.
Mr. Myrie.
I'd say Staten Island.
We all fucking hate Staten Island.
I've been doing this. I've been everywhere.
So no, all equal?
They're all equal, including Staten Island. Here, that's
Mr. Tilson? It was almost a sweep.
Okay. All right, we are going to take
Honestly,
a short
controversial
break now.
opinion.
When we come back, we'll bring you the cross-examination round where each candidate
Bomb
will ask
Staten
one
Island.
opponent
Sorry.
one question. And because
No,
this
idiot.
election will require New Yorkers to
It's a
rank their
joke,
candidates,
dumb
we want to
fuck.
take a moment to
What are
explain
you worried
how
I'm gonna get
ranked choice
fucking
voting works, courtesy of the
arrested?
Campaign
You
Finance
fucking
Board.
idiot.
The debate will continue in just a few minutes.
Yo, controversial opinion. Bomb France. Bomb France. Israel just launched an attack on Iran. Where are you seeing this? What source? Tell me your source. I looked it up already. What source?
There's a new way for New Yorkers to have their say in city elections. A way that gives voters more choices and can lead to...
I'm muting it during the ad. And I'm going full screen. Honestly,
I'm not seeing anything about Israel.
Honestly,
attacking Iran.
I don't know.
What source are you talking about?
There's no source. If it,
Matt, they could be. Matt,
dude,
Matt,
if
they
my
attack-
phone's not blowing up, there were no bombings in Iran yet. And if it happened, we need to learn more details from people who actually know shit.
Like me.
I don't know who Brianna Burton is, but you gotta just literally type. Where? Okay, now there's a second person.
Israel hit Iran. Tell me the fucking source. I looked it up already and I can't find shit. Oh, let me take this off. Tell me the source. Tell me the source.
Dude, I'm not playing this game. I'm too smart.
You're talking about the beginning of World War III, chat. You have to give me a source for the beginning of World War fucking III.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there was like a proposal or a mandate or something from the mayor's office being like, we're going to commit to closing closing Rikers Island. I don't know the details of it. We got to Google
Israel launches strike on Iran. You know what? Rinka, if you don't give me a source, I'm just going to get my mods to fucking ban you.
No, Chris, why don't you just close the tab and pull up Google, and that's it. Just show it.
Attacks Iran.
No, stop doing it on the phone. Do it on the screen.
I just want to see what I can find. Nothing.
Until,
Aaron Parnas? Let me see.
even Aaron Parnas can fall for something. Pull that up.
All right. Well, debate's over. World War III.
Just no. You X'd out the YouTube tab.
I know. Debate's over. This is more important.
We have huge breaking news right now. Israel has just launched a strike against Iran. According to Israel's Minister of Defense, he has declared a special state of emergency in Israel throughout the entire state of Israel, saying, quote, following the state of Israel's preemptive strikes against Iran, a missile and drone strike against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future. Sirens are going off across Israel. Explosions are being heard across Iran right now. The United States ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, made a very unusual statement recently saying, quote, "At our embassy in Jerusalem and closely following the situation, we will remain here all night. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem." Folks, this
Breaking
is very
news,
serious.
Israel just
is
started
striking
World War
Iran. This could
III.
be a full-scale war in the Middle East, one that we have not seen in a very long time. It's going to be a very long night. I'll be providing you updates every step of the way. This is something that many people feared. Many people didn't want Israel to do this, and yet it looks like Israel went ahead and did it anyway. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have huge breaking news right now. Israel has just launched.
We'll do the Valenti Bros.
I have to be live for this, and I'm staying live for this.
Can we find one more source beyond Aaron Parnas?
There we go. Luigi, shush.
I'm gonna take this away so that way she can
yeah,
yell at me.
Here, wait, take this. Thanks.
Put on the plate.
Welcome to World War III, folks. How does it feel?
Well, I don't want to say imminent, but it looks like it's something.
$20 donation. Keep up the good work. Just Chris just said falling out with my brother because he's saying that he can't wait till Trump deputizes him and other Republicans so they can start rounding up people on the street. Your brother's an inferior being, bro. That's crazy. Why is there no breaking news on this?
Because I don't know if it's verified. I don't know if it's verified yet.
Aaron Parnas wouldn't have covered that if it wasn't verified.
Even Aaron Parnas can fall for something.
He would not.
I don't know, man. Listen, you know me. I'm a skeptic. Oh, they're all saying CNN.
It's on
Go
CNN.
to CNN's website.
Why don't you find this real quick? Let me get Luigi.
Here you go.
What's the link? Because I got to send it to the group chat.
Israel launches preemptive strikes against Iran, defense minister says.
Luigi, come here.
Israel has launched what it called preemptive strikes against Iran, and a state of emergency has been declared in Israel, according to the country's defense minister. Wait, his name is Israel. Israel Katz from Israel. Okay, cool.
When is this article from?
1 minute ago.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, the defense minister's name is it?
What's the title?
Right here. Look it up.
Israel launches preemptive strikes against Iran. CNN.
So, yeah, my name is United Valenti. Okay, anyway, Defense Minister Israel Katz. Following the state of Israel's preemptive strikes against Iran, a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future. Katz said in a statement, Iranian state media outlet IRNA reported repeated explosions could be heard in Tehran. Developing story will be updated. Well, I forget when Israel and Iran were like bombing each other. I think it cost at least $1 billion of American taxpayer weapon arsenal valuation to shoot down all of the drones and the missiles coming their way. They didn't shoot any of their shit down. We shot it down. We paid for it. Us, me, and you, your tax dollars paid for the defense of Israel of all of the Iranian strikes that were happening. This is pretty wild.
$20 donation. Do me a favor and make a clear announcement as to when I should abandon society and go to the woods now. Israel has launched what it calls to be a preemptive strike against Iran. Following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future.
Listen, I mean...
Oh my God, dude. This is World War III. This is World War III.
There's actually a bunch of clips that you should look at from earlier today about... it was like Pete Hegseth's press briefing. And
Careful, because X always has fucked up shit on it.
Sorry. So let's see. If we look up, it's Pete Hegseth, Iran. Here we go. No, not that one. There were a bunch of clips earlier of Pete Hegseth.
Are they trying to build a nuclear weapon versus a...
Here we go. This was earlier today.
Are they trying to build a nuclear weapon versus a peaceful nuclear power program, Mr. Secretary? Have the Iranians been trying to build a nuke?
There are plenty of indications that they have been moving their way towards something that would look a lot like a nuclear weapon.
Are they trying?
And then there was Trump at the Trump last night. He went to the Kennedy Center. Trump, Iran, yesterday, and what he was talking about, because he was at the Kennedy Center, Trump Kennedy Center. And he talked about it to the press.
No, we already covered this earlier.
Where he talked about Iran?
Yeah, with Melania next to him.
Oh, okay.
Give me this.
All right. Here, you could take hold of the mouse if you need it.
Yeah, I gotta see if there's gotta be some. They're probably writing it right now. How is this not even on the breaking news tab?
It's too new. Everybody wants to verify it, but CNN verified it.
What I miss? Israel just started World War III during your lunch break. They literally don't even have news on this. It just happened.
We were talking about it yesterday.
It just happened.
Just look at what Trump was saying yesterday. And when whatever Trump was saying yesterday literally outlines like why this shouldn't be a surprise.
New York Times has updates. We'll see. Hold on. First, let's see what Trump was saying earlier.
Mr. President, how imminent is an Israeli strike on Iran?
Well, I don't want to say imminent, but it looks like it's something that could very well happen. Look, it's very simple, not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want them to be tremendous. We'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary. You know, I stopped a war between India and Pakistan. And I stopped it with trade. I don't think I've ever seen a story written about it, but it was pretty cool. They were getting ready. Pakistan was their turn to hit.
Go to ABC. Oh, wait, there it was.
How about that plane crash? Did you see the video?
Yeah, the Indian one.
Insane.
Turned into a regional problem and really get out of hand.
Okay, Steve Gagner, we thank you so much for your insight. And you are watching ABC News Live Prime. We'll be right back.
Yeah, that's okay. No, this is what we're going to be doing. We're just going to be watching the news live with them. This is fucked, guys, because, like, I can't hold your hand during this because I have the same amount of information that you do, which is fuck all.
The question is how much did the U.S. know, and, how much was taken without the U.S. knowing it? And either way, you know,
Trump already said. He said during an interview, he said, if Israel attacks Iran, I will lead the pack. So we are going to this war. We're joining this war. Israel doesn't wage wars without us.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to join this fucking war.
And
what happened?
also,
Israel attacked fucking Iran like 5 minutes ago. I gotta take a bong rip. Hold the camera down for me. Can you do that?
I could do it. I can do it.
You can do it. Just here.
Yeah, I mean, listen. You know, I think differently than Chris because I'm a smarter individual. But like, you know, the whole thing is. It's so complicated there.
You okay with me leaving you in front of the camera?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm literally just thinking like my brain thinks a lot differently than Chris. You know, I have to process things and Chris just speaks. But, you know, the main takeaway is that Chris sucks at toy soldiers. But I don't know. Listen, I don't know what's going to happen. I hope that like the people like Pete Hegseth and Trump are going to do a joint press conference. I want to see how much the United States knew when they knew it, but it's just it's ridiculous. I know that when the United States went to war with Iraq and Afghanistan, there were millions in the streets. W6, thank you for the donation. Yeah. Chris said this makes Tulsi Gabbard's nuclear video much scarier.
You can find that on Twitter.
We'll find it. Like, that's the thing is there has been, like, you know, so many of these. Luigi, leave beans alone. There's been so much, like, proxy war between the United States, Israel, and Iran through all of these through all of the satellite groups. I don't know. Tell you what though, if you're a Republican boy who's, you know, in the military, you must be really excited that you're going to be going over to Iran. You're fucking going. You're going soon, dude. Let's see it.
Attack on Iran, likely targeting Iran's nuclear sites. Tensions, of course, have been mounting in the region for some time now. President Trump told reporters today that it could happen. A U.S. official says the U.S. did not provide any assistance or have any involvement in the strike. I want to go back to our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. And, of course, Israel has been threatening for months, if not years, that it might strike Iran. Why now?
Well, Lindsay, that's the question. Why is this the moment that Israel is choosing to strike? Well, there are a few possibilities. One possibility is that Israel is seeing a window of opportunity here with Iran's air defenses significantly weakened and vulnerable after that Israeli airstrike last fall. So they believe that this is the moment when they remain vulnerable. Another possibility has to do with the fact that they may not believe that there's any benefit or positive outcome to these ongoing U.S. and Iranian nuclear talks. There have so far, Lindsay, been 5 rounds of U.S. and Iranian nuclear talks.
They're over now.
Another round is slated just days from now on Sunday in Oman. President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, is slated to travel there and have those talks with his Iranian counterpart. And for weeks now, President Trump had been signaling that he's optimistic, saying that they are very close to a deal between the U.S. and Iran. But just
Iran
days ago,
definitely fucking has a nuclear weapon. There's no shot they haven't had a nuclear weapon over the past fucking 40 years. I don't believe it.
On Iranian nuclear facilities, the president said not imminent, but that it, quote, looks like it's something that could very well happen. And as you just mentioned earlier, Lindsay, the U.S. is making it very clear that they didn't have anything to do with this.
And President Trump was very clear. He did not want this to happen. At this point, we know those negotiations were scheduled for Sunday. What does this mean now for the talks between the U.S. and Iran?
It's very unclear, but President Trump today, he said that he believed that an attack could actually derail those negotiations. And just hours before this strike, President Trump had posted on Truth Social that we remain committed to a diplomatic resolution on the Iran nuclear issue. The president has been stressing that he believes an agreement is close, that he wants this to be handled without conflict, without military conflict, and the president still saying as of today that he believes an agreement can be done. But of course, tensions in the region are at an apex right now. This also comes after the U.S. had ordered non-essential diplomats out of Iraq, and the Pentagon authorized military families voluntarily to depart throughout the Middle East. The president today saying that it could be a very dangerous region.
Sounds that indeed that was true. All right, Selena Wang from the White House, thanks so much. That is our show for this hour. We'll have more on this developing situation overnight, tomorrow morning, also on GMA. I'm Lindsay Davis. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thank you so much for streaming with us.
It's just not enough. Not enough.
Well, it's happening right now. It's like the bombings are happening right now. So we won't know until later. Hi, Bubba.
Israeli casualties, most of those missiles were defeated. But this is now moving so fast, and it seems like the Americans were caught a little bit by surprise. Given that there was supposed to be a meeting in Oman, it was reported with Steve Witkoff, the envoy, and the Iranians in Oman.
They don't
channel,
allow it?
I used to run.
Dude, that's
so
crazy
this came very
of
fast. We have to see. If Israel's trying to say
they won't even show it. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, they have a blocker.
Iran responded. Where are you getting this, Ranger Josie? Where are you getting this? Where are you getting this shit?
Probably some bullshit.
Oh no. Al Jazeera? That makes sense.
But on Iran and on the surrounding.
Okay, so no confirmation at the moment of what targets have been hit. As you were saying there, you know, these could have been direct targets on potential figures.
Yeah, we can see buildings that were hit. I can see pictures of building. There are kind of precise hits towards certain floors in a building, for example. A couple of floors, I see them on the camera, on the phone.
It stopped.
This gives an indication on how
real.
things were happening in the past hour.
Or Trump.
Absolutely. Okay, Ali Hashem in the studio with us. Thank you very much. Now, we are hearing that Defense Minister Israel Katz has declared an emergency situation across the country due to Israel's action in Iran. Now, that's a statement saying that following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future. Katz says a special order according to which a special state of emergency will be imposed in the home front throughout the entire state of Israel.
Dude, Iran is going to hit them back so fucking hard.
Joins us on the phone from Tehran. Tawhid, so confirmation now coming into us that Israel confirming that they have struck Iran. Tawhid, what more are you seeing on the ground there?
Well, here in the capital, between at around 3 a.m. local time, we have heard several sounds of explosion between 6 to 9 explosions have
Bro,
been
what if Israel
reported
just
to
got
be
fucking
heard
nuked?
at the
Live TV.
capital of the
That'd be
country, and I
fucked.
personally heard 2 of them at least, but it has been said that these explosions
went to the
are
UN
not,
to talk about
have not
denuclearization.
happened at
Yeah,
one
no, there's like, I don't give a fuck who
certain place,
launches a
but
nuke. It's
rather,
not
in
okay
different
ever.
parts of the
That's
city,
why
and
even
the
I say that
sound of
America's nuking
explosion,
was fucking stupid.
has been heard from different parts across the capital, not necessarily one part, and now the state TV IRB have confirmed the happening of the explosion and has just showed a footage of different places from which we can clearly see smoke coming out of the scene, and we know so far that different parts in the west neighborhood of the capital in Mahallati, located in northeastern part of the city, which is known for as a residential area.
And Israel's proud to have done it.
Reports from the state TV saying that the Israelis have claimed to be
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Trump is a warmonger, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Israel did it without our consent.
Prepared, 100% prepared for anything. That was what we heard just a few minutes ago from the state TV of the country.
I know, I saw that clip.
And also, the news is coming out citing American.
So this is why Trump is bringing all that military gear into D.C. This is why Trump is giving speeches at Fort Bragg. This is why Trump is getting all geeked up with the military, because he fucking knew this shit was going to happen.
It happens just following the adoption of a resolution at the Board of Governors of IAEA, which put forth the claim that Iran is now experiencing a case of non-compliance.
He totally knew. Oh my God.
And
he has
Iran
a swarm
very
of tanks around.
responded to the adoption.
Are you fucking joking?
He knows exactly. He knows there's about to be mass civil unrest, and we're going to be like, what the fuck, dude?
You know, like not for nothing.
Okay, I think we've just lost Tawhid there, joining us from the capital, Iranian capital, Tehran.
They lost him?
Let's go to Noor O'Day
In this
now,
sort of
joining us
situation,
on the phone
losing
from
comms
Oman.
like that is
what more are
way
we
more
hearing
serious.
in terms of
What do you mean you
Israel-
lost them?
What is Israel saying about these strikes and the reasons behind them?
Well, there are no explanations for the reasons. Of course, striking Iran is an issue that has been long running in Israeli politics. It's a goal of the Israeli government, that it was not secret. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, has been trying to convince Donald Trump that negotiations was a bad idea. At this point, what we are hearing is from the radio of the Israeli army, the home command.
So he just decided that the negotiations were over. If he didn't do it with the United States' consent.
Changing the status in the country from full activity to essential activity. That means that there is a prohibition on educational activities, gatherings, and workplaces except for essential sectors. The public is required to follow the guidelines, of course, and as they do, they know that the Israeli Security Cabinet is meeting. The airspace.
You know what's crazy is that MAGA is going to cheer. They're going to be like,
fucking
nuke them! Nuke them!
Chris, the Republicans cheered when we went into
necessary,
Iraq
but
and
already
Afghanistan.
the Israeli
And you know what that was under? The guise of weapons of mass destruction. And you know what they're going to do? Chris, they may do the same.
Okay, thank you very much for now, Noor. Let's go to Alan Fisher in Washington, D.C. Alan, I understand you have some news for us coming in.
Shit, weapons of mass destruction for Iran.
Yeah, we're trying to keep across of all the latest lines. As I said, that Donald Trump is currently at the congressional picnic at the White House. That apparently is now wrapping up. But we're being told by a number of reports here in the United States.
Free Palestine? Yeah, no, free Palestine. But brother, I don't even think they're going to give a shit what happens to the Palestinians now.
That would involve members of
they have a way bigger problem now.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio and also Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as well.
All of the conflict
apparently
in the
this
Middle
meeting
East has
was
always
set
been about
before
Iran. It's never been
the
about
strikes
Hamas
were
and
announced.
Hezbollah.
And we know that Donald Trump
that is not true
in the
whatsoever.
last couple of days suspected that the Israelis were going to push ahead with
That's
some
also
form of
not true
assault. That's
whatsoever.
why we
It's a
saw
proxy
24
war.
hours
No, it's a
ago
fucking
the
ethnic
partial
cleansing
evacuation
campaign.
of
talking
the embassy
about
in Baghdad,
the
and
relation
also
to Iran.
the recommended removal of
Yeah,
non-essential
okay, sure.
staff
But
in
what
other
about the fact that they
embassies
were doing this shit
across
since
the Middle
1948?
East?
Before
Donald
Iran
Trump
was even a functioning
tweeted
society.
out
literally
that
talking
he
about what's on the fucking
expected
All
there
right,
to
but
be
yeah,
a
it's not all
diplomatic
about
solution, that he
Iran
directed
is not the
his
root of all
government
evil.
to
No, I'm
work
not saying the
for
root of
that,
all evil.
and
Then
he
why are
was
you saying
hoping
everything
that
ties back to
sanctions
Iran?
with Iran
All of
would
the
still
things
go ahead
going on
at the
in the current
weekend.
events surrounding
He
Israel
knew that there was likely to
all
be an
tie
assault,
to,
but said that he didn't
like,
favor that
anybody that
idea. He
they're
wanted to give
conflicting with right now is tied to
diplomacy a
Iran.
chance. And just checking on social
Partially,
media, a
some
number
of
of
it.
people
Not-
that
I
you
mean,
would consider to be
that's not-
allies
it's
of
not
the
exactly
president
true.
are saying effectively
It's not
what
exactly
has
true.
happened here is that Benjamin Netanyahu has thumbed his nose at Donald Trump, who's in the middle of very delicate negotiations, by pushing forward with
I
these
really hope
attacks.
this deal isn't
And now,
dead. I
of
hope
course,
this fucking-
what's important is how Donald Trump reacts to that.
No, the
we
deal
know
is
If he could
that
literally
Donald
just go,
Trump
hi,
has
I'm going to
said
print out the
over
original
a number of
proposal
phone
of the
calls
Obama
recently
nuclear deal,
that he
but
didn't
we're going to
want
call it the Trump
Israel to
deal.
attack.
Then
We
signed
know,
it.
because
That
the
would make the
reporting
world
of it,
safer, but it's
that
fucked
the
now.
Israelis
It's
were
fucked.
very keen on Donald Trump getting involved in some sort of military attack earlier this year, but he said no, he wanted to continue on the diplomatic track. So he
Go back to
insists
ABC.
that he is committed to a diplomatic solution.
Just because
that's what he
Al
said
Jazeera's
on
first
social
doesn't mean
media
that
just
they're,
a
like,
couple of
covering it the
hours
best.
ago.
I
But
think
just to
ABC
recap
has
what we're hearing from local
just as good, if
reporting
not better
here in
sources.
Washington, D.C., is that Donald Trump is convening a cabinet level.
Are you able to do this one? It's live. It's real life.
You might want to wear this.
Tell you one thing. This is a way bigger threat. This is what I believe Steve Bannon meant of flood the zone.
Yeah, but I also think that part of this is just like Israel wants to take out everybody in the Middle East except themselves.
But there's United States MAGA senators like Lindsey Graham who has been shouting that they wanted a holy war. He said, I want a holy war with Iran. Like, going to war with Iran is just as, like, crazy from the Americans, particularly the MAGA Republicans, as it is with the Netanyahu regime. It's just as crazy. It's just as crazy, you know? But also think about all the people who wanted the war with Russia. And who did they use to do it? Ukraine. And that's not new. That's fucking old. You know who was delegated to deal with Iran and the Obama administration? Motherfucking Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I think it's going to go live.
Wherever you listen to podcasts. ABC's Nightline. The stories that shape your world, that shape your life.
The whole thing is, too, if this creates more unrest around the military parade...
It's going to.
Then, you know, Pete Hegseth said today that the National Guard in every city is not off the table.
Trump said anybody who protests the parade is going to be met with heavy resistance. Anybody. Nothing about rioters.
I don't know if it's even going to be publicly available. I think it's... So, like, half of the military lives in, like... Or military staff, rather, lives in the D.C., Maryland, Virginia area. Just because, you know, the infrastructure is built surrounding Washington, D.C. I think it's going to be, like, military only. And, like, they're either going to be ordered to go over there or they're going to be, like, compelled for their promotions. Like, military career
They're going to be
people,
giving bonuses to the people who go.
I don't know about cash bonuses. I think it's more like you work for the military and that's your career. You have to fucking be here because we need the biggest crowds. But it literally says it's going to rain on his parade.
Yeah.
It literally says it's going to rain on his parade.
80% chance.
Isn't that funny?
Is this not going to turn on?
It is going to turn on. Oh, is this what their program is?
I think.
Go to the website.
ABC News has learned that Israel has launched an attack on Iran, likely targeting Iran's nuclear sites. Tensions have been mounting in the region for several days. President Trump told reporters earlier today.
So this is what they're covering.
2020, Friday nights at 9.
How can you cover Diddy when there's literally bombing right now?
Oh my God.
Can we, dude, I couldn't be less interested. There's just they're just
Bethlehem
that's
skyline.
a view of Bethlehem. We want to see the video of the strike. That's Tel Aviv. It's just that, Chris. That's just Tel Aviv. And clearly nothing's fucking happening yet. But of course, you know, the Iron Dome's gonna be hitting it.
All right, press conference happening right now live in Los Angeles. Just moments ago, you saw Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security. Now you're listening to Todd Lyons. He's the acting ICE director.
Yeah, did you see that? The California senator?
Yep, I did.
ABC News has
that he would prefer a diplomatic resolution to this. The president also said that last month he had warned Netanyahu not to launch such a strike. The president is concerned that this attack could actually derail ongoing U.S. and...
See if there's any new coverage now.
Dude.
Wow.
Google's fucking news segment is slower than us. Look at that!
You know, what is this?
That's
AI?
Google's AI says there's no current confirmed information.
Holy shit.
So guess what, bitches? AI is not there yet.
Let's see if the AI can even answer correctly.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck. This thing's too slow. Don't invest. Don't invest.
What about ChatGPT?
Don't invest in AI. It's too fucking slow. I'm kidding. Obviously, do whatever you want. NVIDIA to the moon. Am I right?
Wow.
ChatGPT is better than Gemini. And Gemini is powered by Google.
Yeah, that's sad. Nationwide state of emergency.
From Wikipedia.
Warning signs were activated across Israel in anticipation of an Iranian counterattack. Nothing has been launched yet. The U.S. said it was not involved.
I don't know how verified. Wait, hit the Reuters link. Click that. I want to see what they're... Quotes, stocks oil sell-off as Israel strike. Dude, they're selling the oil strikes? The oil stocks? Oh, well, Chris, if only we were paying subscribers.
Yeah, I know. Give me BBC. Pause.
They're even slower.
President Trump has to be ready to cope with tonight. And, only to be a fly on the wall when he calls up Netanyahu and asks him, what's going on, because he had really, by all accounts, the president wanted...
Maybe that'll do it.
No. You were on it. No, go back to live. They haven't even.
They're not even talking about
all of their. Yeah, they were. They said only to be a fly on the wall. Of the
swirling about.
It's right there.
The relationship between the two leaders, how close that had become, or how strained it might have become, and we also know that there was pressure by the Trump administration to begin to wind down the war in Gaza. Well, now we're seeing a potential new front opening up in Iran, but that's obviously We still wait on details to see how this is all going to play out tonight. In the meantime, we do now have a statement from the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. This is just coming in. I'll read that for you now. It says, tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. I believe we do have that line back up now with Ben Taliblu. He's the Iran Program Senior Director at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. And thank you for being on with us tonight.
Dan, that was cringy.
Getting that statement there from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It's interesting, that last line saying, let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. We did see the U.S. beginning to move personnel out of various different countries in the region. Does that suggest to you, and there in that statement as well, that they think, even though the U.S. being very clear tonight that they're not involved in the strike, do you think there is a worry that the U.S. might at some point be dragged into this brewing conflict here?
Apologies for the technical glitch there. Certainly, it is something that U.S. policymakers, defense planners have been thinking about and indeed worrying about for quite some time. When much of not just the diplomatic facilities, but many of the military bases ringing the Islamic Republic, particularly those around the western part of the Persian Gulf, were built or rehabbed, Iran did not have the ballistic missile or drone arsenal that it does today. You have had the commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Aerospace Force, the man with his finger on the trigger of that largest ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East, touting for many years that American bases are, quote-unquote, like meat under teeth. The Islamic Republic, if you remember, in response to the killing of Qasem Soleimani in January 2020 by the first Trump administration, launched the single largest, at that point, ballistic missile attack on a U.S. position in U.S. history by firing 16 short-range precision strike ballistic missiles. Thank God no one died in that attack, but there were over 140 traumatic brain injuries. Vis-a-vis this strike, U.S. policymakers are concerned of obviously, the potential for the Islamic Republic to want to widen the front, to hold America or others responsible for the Israeli strike.
Cooper, you're going to be saying that as you're fucking drafted, I bet. This is a fucking ad.
That's an ad. Mute it.
Marriage is a real opportunity.
Fuck their ad.
This is not a one-day attack. Israeli source tells CNN. Israel is planning to carry out multiple rounds of attacks against Iran, an Israeli source told CNN. This is not a one-day attack, the source said. The Israeli government saw a window of opportunity to carry out this attack, both militarily and diplomatically. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Read it.
Israeli military says strikes against Iran's nuclear program and other military targets. Israel's strikes on Iran early Friday targeted the country's nuclear program and its long-range missile capabilities, an Israeli military official said. The strikes were preemptive, precise, combined offensive that included dozens of targets across different areas of Iran.
Go up to the video that they were going to play. Rewind it.
An American president. The future of the Israel-Hamas war hangs in the balance as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meets President Trump at the White House today. It's a high-stakes moment with Phase 1 of the ceasefire still holding, but no guarantee that Phase 2 will be reached. Trump just...
Can't watch it live.
You're right.
You don't need ChatGPT.
I know. Yes, Israel struck Iran.
Dude, Google's slow as fuck with recording this.
I know.
Google's so slow fucking right now. Is the debate still going on?
Yeah, fuck the debate. Let's see Fox's coverage. Let's see how they spin it.
That Israel's launched
Fox News alert, we're getting word that Israel's launching preemptive airstrikes against Iran. Explosions were reported in Tehran, the capital, which would be a big escalation in the war in the Middle East. Axios is reporting that Israel is also bracing for a retaliatory strike. Israel's declaring a special state of emergency across the country. And Axios had also reported that Trump had refused U.S. participation. We'll keep you updated as we hear more. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get...
We saw this.
Well, we are getting breaking news out of Iran at the...
She's got Mar-a-Lago face.
There were several attacks in this regard, but never
this is
that we saw such attacks on residential neighborhoods in Tehran. And at least the new generation in Iran do not know such.
See how the LA protests are.
This is part of these pictures that you are seeing are in northern Tehran and northeast Tehran.
8 p.m. I think.
These are bustling areas, areas where many people live there,
right off the
big neighborhoods, vast neighborhoods. Some of them, of course,
Trump's ability to
commanders or officials or just normal citizens live there. It's,
the way he's doing it.
That's why I'm saying that there is a very big possibility that there are going to be casualties and probably a big number of casualties.
Okay,
fuck anybody.
I just want to turn to Trita Parsi again. Just a reminder to our viewers, who is the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute. Trita, looking at the context there, how is Tehran likely to respond now? There's a huge series of explosions.
This guy's really smart. I listen to him all the time.
Hearing that this hasn't happened in Iran for decades.
If I could just say something else first, I wanted to just point out what perhaps is obvious but needs to be stated, which is that not only are these attacks, and the Israelis themselves call them preemptive, which is illegal under international law, but we're also seeing that the Israelis have now completely blurred out any line between civilian and military. Because if their targets are scientists and military officials in their homes, it doesn't matter then that their target may be military. If they're attacking them in their homes, that is illegal under international law. In fact, if any entity attacked American military families in their homes in the hope of killing the father who is a soldier, the United States would rightfully call that a terrorist attack. But over the course of the last 2 years, we have now seen how the Israelis have systematically fought to change the norms around this and make everything they want to do plausible and permissible by essentially erasing all of the different norms and laws that have been established over the course of the last 70 years in order to regulate how war and fighting actually takes place. Now, as to your question of what Tehran likely will do in this scenario, I think there will be a lot of pressure on the regime from inside its own elements, that this time around they have to respond much harsher than they did in the previous 2 rounds of exchange, in which they were criticized internally for having shown too much restraint. They were walking a fine line back then. They wanted to retaliate, but they were very careful because they did not want to see any further escalation. At this point, with this level of attack, it's embarrassing
that is
for the regime to see these type of attacks in Tehran, the capital of the country itself.
It's been going on
I think the argument inside of the system against anything that would be very, very strong and much stronger what we saw in October. I don't suspect that argument will win out. However, the question then comes to what capacity do the Iranians actually have to be able to respond stronger than they did in October? And that remains somewhat unclear. We do know that
Joe Biden funded the genocide. Yes, I don't think this has anything to fucking. I really don't think this has anything to do with Palestine. I think that Israel just wanted to bomb fucking Iran. They were looking for an excuse.
Of Israel's air defenses.
What are you talking?
But it's still unclear whether those
I know, but Israel's always wanted an excuse to bomb Iran, and them having a nuclear facility gives them an excuse.
As a result, they may be in a better position to defend themselves this time around against Iran's missiles or not. But I think it will be quite clear that there will be a much stronger retaliation this time around than there was in October or in April of last year.
Well, let's cross back to our correspondent Tawhid Asadi, who joins us on the phone from Tehran. Tawhid, what is the very latest there that you can tell us?
Well, just to give you a picture of what took place at around 3 a.m., there were reports coming out about several attacks, several sounds of explosions being heard at the capital of the country. I personally heard
what should
at least
Iran
2
do?
of them,
I don't give a
but it has
fuck
been
what
said that
Iran
it's more
does.
than 6,
Fuck Iran and
let's say,
fuck
explosion
Israel. They
sounds
should
that
both
have
just
been
blow each
heard
other up
in
and call it
different
fucking
parts of the
quits.
capital,
No, what we need,
not
Chris,
just
is we need
in
a
one part, and the
Iranian
state TV
nuclear deal
confirmed the
with the
happening
United
There's
of
no
explosions.
deal now.
Different
There's
points
no
at the
deal
capital,
now.
as I told you,
The
were
war
hit
is
in,
on. I don't want
western
America to
parts
be
of the
involved.
capital,
I don't want the
Chichen
U.S. to be
in
involved at
Lahti
all.
neighborhood, which
Let
is
these two
known
fucking
for
blow each
a
other
But
up.
this
residential
happened
area
before,
for
and the United
military
States,
officials,
under Joe
and
Biden,
you look at the footages,
literally
you look at the
paid for
photos
and
coming out,
facilitated the defense of Israel with
smoke
our
is clearly there, and
anti-missile
it
defense
seems
systems,
that
and then it
it's a
stopped, and
targeted
then that's how we got to the
attack with
negotiation.
high
So
precision. As I saw,
how can this,
one
as an
of
optimist
the
perspective,
footages
how
showing
can
that
this
a building,
help
a
get the
residential
negotiation
building,
finished?
have been hit. But
Does that mean? Does that mean
You
that
can't negotiate with a religious theocracy, the Ayatollah of Iran. You can't negotiate with him after you blow up his civilians and murder his scientists in his nuclear facilities.
And the state TV is citing sources saying that Israelis have been
made strikes.
behind these attacks, and also saying that the air defense system of the country is 100% prepared. And we heard this line from the United States saying that some U.S. officials are saying the United States has got no engagement in this new attack. And one of the latest lines that is coming out is relates to a statement that we had from the Imam Khomeini airport, the international airport of the country, saying that until further notice, there's going to be no flight in order for the situation to be fully investigated. We know that it's not the first time
or at least have the title of the stream.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, like that's the thing is, it's the middle of the night over there. Let's look at what time it is in Tehran right now.
October, they launched waves of strikes.
Time to wake up. That's what it is. It's time to wake the fuck up.
And specifically, it becomes important under the context. First, we know that less than 24 hours ago, it was
morning.
By
the time we wake up,
boom!
By the time we wake up, nuclear program, and here in Tehran, it was considered as a sort of injury to the diplomatic affairs underway in order to deal with the concerns about Iran's nuclear program. And now, this strike could be a headshot to the entire diplomatic trajectory that Iran started, specifically after they accepted to get engaged with talks with the United States, and there was a next round of talks scheduled for Sunday in Muscat in this regard. But right now, the situation is getting really complicated.
Rising
we are not
Lion.
sure if there is going to be a continuation of this diplomatic pathway.
Trump doesn't hate
there is
anything more
obviously
than
going to be
defiance.
tough
I know, but hold on. Let's see if the AIs are.
The last time
the AIs aren't going to do shit.
They are.
Mute Al Jazeera.
In case there is going to be a repetition of these strikes in the future, Tehran's response, Iranian.
Just click them off so it doesn't eat bandwidth.
What is it? Operation what? What was it? Operation Lions what?
Who gives a shit?
I want to know. Rising Lion. All right, so it's literally completely unknown. All right. think I want to call it. You want to call it?
Yeah, we can call it.
Listen, guys, we need more info from this. And we will get more as the day goes on. Because it is the crack of dawn over there in Iran and Israel. Their day is just starting. There's no point in speculating for this type of shit. But, oh, come on, I just joined? Get fucked. I'm kidding. Listen, I've been live for like 4 hours. I gotta get off.
Peace, fuckers.
Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Donate to the channel, become a member, do everything, and then go fuck yourself with a straw at the end. All right? Hold on, before I do go. Who's the triggered mongoloid in the chat? Who's the triggered mongoloid? Where is he? Is it Cooper? Where is he?
There he is.
What'd he say?
Cooper 22.
Lamau, a bunch of mad leftists in here who can't put together.
Say it in his voice, though.
No. I want to ask Cooper a question. Cooper. How does it feel knowing that your mother doesn't fucking love you? Genuine question, brother. I gotta know.
He's gone.
No, they never leave. He's
gone.
Guaranteed he's not.
He's gone.
Give it 20 seconds. 15, 10, 9, 5, 3, 1. All right, go fuck yourself. I love you all.
Bye, everybody.
Point proven. Lamau. There he is. No, he's still here. Listen, I just